Happy rare Saturday overnight live from the crib. Usually we do this show from the Sci-Fi Center. I prefer to do the Saturday show. It's the only show that I have a preference as far as being because it's on Saturday and I'm usually at the store extended hours and I can handle customers and you guys at the same time. However, tonight I had a pay-per-view, a wrestling pay-per-view that I bought tickets for months ago. And I needed to get there. The pay-per-view started at 4, so I had to close up the store. And it didn't make logistical sense to just come back to the store, reopen, and just to do the show from there. Especially because I'd be starving by then. So I am just about an hour or so removed from TNA Rebellion, where I did get to get my belt signed, as was the mission. By the reigning, because he won tonight, the reigning champion, Moose. There you go. So your wrestling geek has struck again. Sorry for you non-wrestling people who just want to make fun of me because I'm into wrestling. I don't care. All right, Brad should be along soon. But before I forget, this week's shows are brought to you by Universal Pictures Abigail, their newest vampire movies. $50 million is on the line. All you got to do is make it past the vampire. I don't think that's going to turn out well. Also, if you are local in Las Vegas, swing by the store tomorrow from 12 p.m. to 10. I have tons of t-shirts for you. Secondly, releasing this week is the Ministry of Ungentlemanly Warfare. It was released on Friday. That's with Henry Cavill in it. I did not get a chance to see that one, even though I sent a bunch of people to see it. And last but not least, a usual topic around here, which is Zack Snyder's Rebel Moon, released on Netflix. Got to see it this Wednesday. You've all had a chance to see it. We did our watch through the other night and raised a lot of money for the cause. We will be talking about this a little bit more in depth now that more of you have had a chance to actually see it. But there you go. Rebel Moon Part 2 Scargiver. If you would like to donate to the cause or to the Sci-Fi Center's Public Safety Caffeine Fund. By that, I mean, if I'm caffeinated, the public is safe. You can always streamlabs.com/Sci-Fi Center/tip. If you leave your question or your comment, I'll read it online if it is appropriate. We are 67 subscribers away from being monetized, so I think things will change then. So let me see where the wingman is. All right, he should be on his way. All right, so tonight's topics, we'll get to them, are the musical. The musical subject is a compilation album released in the mid-90s called No Alternative. Has a lot of songs on there from the main alternative bands, post-grunge bands at that time that were not on their actual albums. And they were only on this album because I think it was a charity album. We're going to preview AEW's Dynasty. That is tomorrow at 5. I'll probably give you comments and feedback on that right after it's over because I will be watching that live. Comic book recommendation is X-Men 200. But basically the original Trial of Magneto. This is I threw this in there because a lot of you guys who were watching the cartoon got to see that version of Magneto for the very first time, but he had actually appeared in the mid-'80s with that costume, and it was a very pivotal story. Not only did it affect the Uncanny Xmen, but it affected the New Mutants as well because he would become their headmaster after the trial was over. Fallout. I did watch, I got through one episode of Fallout. I know some of you guys are further along, but I don't do the binge watching thing. I don't do it. I hate that. I really like it. I really love this first episode. I love the retro look of it. I love the mood of it is like, yeah, these awful things just happen. We're just going to keep moving on type of thing to it. A lot of the retrofitted technology that they got around there. So far, I like the characters. Ellie Purnell is not annoying. I mean, in Army of the Dead, she annoyed the shit out of me. I like her in this. She drives the show for me, amongst others. But like I said, I'm only an episode in. But I had a lot of fun with it. I know Brad I was kind of trying to get Brad to watch it as well, so he could give his review.
Hey, everybody. Which, yeah, I'm outside. If you can, usually on Saturdays I take it outside. So if you guys know that I'm on camera, if you can't tell,
see all the birds and all the raccoons and stuff that are in the background noise. Actually, it's a win. Usually, it's a win that because if there's no wind, I wouldn't know you were outside.
No, it's pretty calm tonight, so no, not gonna be wind, I would imagine. He's off running over there. So.
Oh, Murphy? No Murphy today?
Oh, he'll probably jump up in my lap before the night's out, I'm sure.
Knock something over.
Oh, yeah.
All right, guys. So thank you guys for being here. Like I said, this is 2 hours later than I've usually been getting it on. But like I said, I was at a wrestling pay-per-view today. And like I said, I am going to go ahead and show you pictures of that before I
showed a few already.
Yeah. I'll show you. Like I said, it was a lot of fun. I always love I've been supporting a TNA since they were founded in 2002, and it was a pay-per-view a week instead of just watching it on network TV, and they've grown from there. Plus, the Palms is an absolutely, for this level of wrestling and for this size of a wrestling promotion, the Palms is perfect for this, man. It is perfect. So here we go. That's me. Moose is a legit 6'6". I'm 6'2". This is a bad picture because I cut it when I framed it to put it online. It cut the head off, but he's even taller than this picture looks. He's huge. I look like a small child, and he has the real championship, and I got my replica. Good job, the guy who did my replica belt, because you're literally side by side with the real thing, and I think it still looks amazing. The TNA merch, TNA merch guy, if you're watching me right now, you sweated me at the show for having a bootleg. A bootleg is something you have handmade overseas that's not necessarily licensed from the original company. But there's a caveat to that, and I put him on the spot there. I asked him, "Well, where's your official replica?"
Drogo says his head is cut off. The top of his head's cut off.
It's the official replica. He's like, "Here you come with your bootleg from Pakistan or whatever, and we got a replica coming out in 3 weeks." I'm like, "Sir, I'm here now. The guy who I want to sign this belt is here now. What the fuck is 3 weeks going to do for me? When I'm in my time machine and come back to get with you? If you had your belt available, I would have got it, and I would, it was more of a joking manner, but I was like, dude, by the way, when you guys make new belts and you unveil them at a show I'm at, I should be able to walk out to the lobby and get one or order one from my phone from the thing. That's not my fault you didn't have the shit ready. I mean, but
Oh, by the way, speaking of serious matters, real quick, Pat Burger promised us. Yeah, this is a very good question, Rhea.
I am going to. I wish I could suffocate you from long distance, but anyway, here's my obligatory selfie that I like to take when I'm at these events. And this is a venue. I just love this venue. I've never seen a concert here before. I've only seen wrestling events here before. But man, I love that. I love that venue, and I got a big head.
How about in Vegas? Generally, like throughout the year, like how many WWE or just any pro wrestling events usually are held like annually or throughout the year? Like probably a lot, I'd imagine.
Well, on the WWE AEW level, there's probably about two of them a year, 2 or 3 of them a year from those levels. TNA's come out a couple of them, so that level you about two of them, 2 to 3 a year. A lot of independent wrestlers like New Japan comes out here a couple of times a year. We also have local wrestling here from FSW that's like every other week. And then I work with Buffalo Big Valley Wrestling, and they're the ones who put on the wrestling event in our courtyard. But there's a lot of wrestling going on here. A lot of wrestlers live here. So there's a lot of guys, a lot of indies come through here too. So you'll see a lot of big names that are with other companies that come through here. So there's my seat. There's my seat. I'm literally, there's no bad seat in this place. Let's see. So like I said, I took a lot more pictures. There's Matt Hardy showed up. He made a surprise appearance. Everybody was pretty happy.
By the way, you might see me doing this a fair amount tonight because of course we're getting close to May, and that's when the gnats start coming out here.
Yeah, the mosquitoes will be out here for us. I feel your pain. That's just my kid. Yeah, there we go, Matt. Yeah, and like I said, there's a variant sale we're having tomorrow. But yeah, I had some fun with TNA wrestling. I always do. And I heard somebody chime in about my burger. And
which again, it's a very good question. It's a good question. It's a very, very good question.
I think we're gonna have to watch. Well, I think it's time for a scary movie to run through again.
No, that would not be a good decision.
I don't know. It wouldn't be a very good decision. Yeah, whatever.
No, it would not be a good. But the burger, that's very good. That's very, very good.
I don't know which sucks more, the scary movie franchise or Good Burger. It's tough.
Oh, it's no contest. It's no contest, man. I don't even know how you can say that with a straight face. Good Burger is like on the level of a scary movie.
It is. It's buffoonery. So
no, but it's buffoonery that knows it's buffoonery. Scary movie is buffoonery that is wasting your time. Buffoonery.
Scary movie is a parody that knows what the hell it is. Come on now, there you go.
No, it doesn't.
There we go.
That burger's almost as big as that pretzel from the other night.
Yes, and this is nearly 2 pounds of fat burger that I deserve this. I don't do fat burger a lot because it's fairly pricey, but and I would rather give that money to Sister Kim's because it's like right downstairs. But today, like I said,
Sister Kim's not a good choice.
Yeah. If you look this one right here, I think it's the same guy. Because
damn gnats.
It's not as perfectly balanced as the last one was, but it's stacked. Look how this is almost 2 pounds of hamburger meat.
Yeah, very, very, very good burger assembly there.
It's not going to make Good Burger any better, by the way. It's beneath Scary Movie, so that's where you're.
No, it's not. It's not beneath Scary Movie.
It's beneath. It's the cellar, and Scary Movie's the penthouse. Look at that, man. There's 4 patties there.
There's 4. Oh, there's 4. To me, like there were 3.
I think there's a 4th. It feels like 4. So it's 3, but it's like the 3 heaviest ones.
I mean, it would make sense. That burger's 10 feet tall.
Yeah, and it's stretching my fingers out just to But yeah, I want you guys to see that there. See that?
Like Williams Burger. Yes, William, you got me. Yes, very good that he got you. I could do this all night.
And it would suck each time. All right, so let's go ahead and save this for later because if I eat this, I'm going to
go. No, Droga. Yeah, he's been on a little bit of a tear tonight about he's been kind of let down by Rebel Moon. So
yeah, leave Dave alone. Damn it.
Oh no, you should see.
Stop trying to make Dave feel guilty for liking Rebel Moon, man.
Oh, you should see some of the chats I've been in today. The Droga's had a little bit of a share some of his thoughts.
By the way, guys, disclaimer: if you didn't like Rebel Moon, you do not have
Rebel Moon.
Yeah, Elmer Fudd. If you did not like Rebel Moon, you don't have to defend that decision or that feeling. If you like Rebel Moon, you don't have to defend that either. We don't have to go to war over this. This is not a. It's not a confrontation. It's a movie. Damn. All right. So in order, let's say hi to the chat, and then we're gonna.
I love how watch him look at my face here. It's like because I got the black. I got my Zack Snyder's Justice. So because of it's nighttime, the black shirt, it feels like I just got like floating head here with the headset on. That's what I look like.
Lucky it's not green screen. People will just fuck with you. Like
they'll probably find a way to do it anyway.
Just reattach your head to something weird.
Yeah.
All right.
Is this a spoiler stream? Yeah, this will. When we're talking about Rebel Moon, yeah, this will be.
Yeah, I guess it'll be a spoiler because, like I said, I wanted to give. Plus, we watched it, so if you're watching this show, there's a good chance that you were probably near us or around us.
You were there for Rhea too, so you were there.
And plus she saw it with me, so. Yes. So yeah, we're gonna talk some spoilers when we get to it a little bit more. I'm not gonna spend too much time on it because we spent.
Rebel Moon is missing Bane. This is a statement of objective fact. I'm not saying anything one way or the other quality wise, but it was indeed Rebel Moon. Indeed, does not have Bane in it.
They tell me that once I banned one because I've actually gotten rid of a person from our channel that it's easy, that it comes naturally now. So I think I might have to get a little bit judicious with that. Like the Banes and the Venoms. All right, skip every Bane and every Venom compliment.
Okay, so you pull up every Bane and every Venom compliment. No. Got it. Let's see. Okay, who should I pull up here? I'll break that burger's back.
Just go in order. Skipping Bane.
Yeah, you said pull up every Bane comment. Okay.
No, I did not. No, don't make me time these people out.
Okay. Fourth asks, what's the yield on that burger? That's a good question. That burger's enormous. I mean, they might as well call that burger Oppenheimer as a nuclear burger.
It's got mass to it. So
I've never eaten it. I don't think I've ever eaten a burger that big.
Yeah, mass versus density. I've actually had bigger burgers, but like I said, fat burger. This particular fat burger is one of the few ones. It's over for those of you who want to know. It's over on Flamingo. It's over on Flamingo and just off Flamingo and Harville, I think, or Flamingo and Rainbow. It's you need to put your little light there that zaps them.
Yeah, I don't have one.
But yeah, it's this particular, like I said, not all fat burgers are equal. I'll tell you, if I think I'm getting gypped off of a fat burger, you're gonna hear about it. And as Clint,
which is not good. That's not good.
As Clint has probably relayed, don't fuck with me, man. When it comes to something I paid for. All right, if I paid for something of quality and I paid good money for it, there's only one way to get it done, and that's right. I should not. If I get a XXX fat burger, and I should not be able to fill the bag and be like, wow, that feels significantly less. I shouldn't unravel it and see some smashed up remnants of patties. I need to see that cow gave its life. Let's make it worth it. All right. So, but when this guy right here, this particular one, and I think he may be the owner of that one because the Fat Burgers are franchise. I think the actual chef dude might be the owner. He has not failed me yet. I mean, I've shown you proof. I mean, the last 3 or 4 fat burgers I've shown you have been his. I won't show you a fat burger that has failed because I think that's just, I don't want to look at it. You know, I will go back and like I said, the one time when I have a problem with a fat burger, I'll go there and I'll be like, hey, listen, we have a problem. And usually I end up walking out with 4 or 5 patties because they just say, okay, we'll just make it, because but this fat burger, I like I said, I'm excited to eat this. All right, next one.
All right, what else we got? Is that before and after picture of William?
I wish. You're talking about Moose.
Oh, okay.
It was embarrassing to stand next to him because I felt so small. I mean, he's huge, and he's cut up, but he's a pretty nice guy. Pretty nice.
I would look tiny next to him, and I'm pretty built, but I mean, I'm only 5'11". He's, what did you say? He was 6'6"?
He's 6'6", and it's a legit 6'6" because it's like I said, it's I got a better picture.
Yeah, I would look pretty tiny next to him.
Yeah, I think I don't know if it was on Twitter or whatever, right? Because I post different pictures because I'm there live. I was there live. I mean, posting. So some of the pictures aren't like the edited, like the ones I'll that you'll see later on. So now I didn't put it on there. So maybe it's the. Hold on, I'll send one up to myself here. But yeah, go ahead and hit another question.
Here, I'm kind of just going back up the top here a little bit. William, it would be fun a community question post for your YouTube channel. Max does that for almost every show.
I don't want to hear from you people. I don't care about your question.
Oh yeah, no. See, no.
I'm just kidding.
He's gonna have the whole scary movie thing turn against him, like it was on me.
So bring that back up again because it sounds. All right, William. It would be fun community question post for your YouTube channel. Are you talking about like in the community board where he just puts a question and he addresses the question once he's on the air, or like doing it live and just doing one like just posting like a poll or something like that? Which one? Because I'm sort of familiar with what he does, but not entirely.
We'll do it live.
Yeah, because I know we have on YouTube. You have the community thing. So like when I want to let you guys know that hey, we won't be doing a show or which we do. I know it sets it so that I can ask a question, but I guess there's a setting on there to so are you talking about like a Q&A for the community, or are you just me putting questions out there for the community? If you could clarify, let me.
Damn these gnats! No, they usually go to bed this time of night.
No, they're nocturnal actually because they're the predators that eat them aren't as around enough.
Got mail.
Well, I can definitely squash them. So beware,
like
guys.
I said, you just get you a Centinela candle or something like that. You'll be all right.
Yeah, that's
I'm surprised you don't have one living where you live, because it's just like, I mean, this is annual.
I'm kind of used to it, but I mean, there's still a pain in the ass.
Let's see.
The villain looks like the. Are you talking about the? Oh, I thought I saw that you put up earlier that you thought the villain that Belisarius looked like the Burger King guy.
Oh, that's actually pretty funny because he sort of does. Remember that? There's a Burger King commercial that it was advertising their breakfast meal, right?
Yeah.
And you know how you have that Burger King? He's in the costume. He's creepy looking already. It's a guy rolling over in bed, and the king is there. And I'm like, this is creepy as fuck. I'm not buying anything from you.
They did one when King Kong was coming out. I remember back in 2005, he's like it's mimicking like when he snatches the chick from the hotel room, whatever it is in the original movie. But instead of that, it's like he hands her this giant ass burger that looks very good. And that's
by the way, Brad, that's never going to be funny. you keep trying. All right.
Well, neither is Scary Movie, but they keep trying.
Like I said, you're punching a little down. You're punching up. Scary Movie is a downgrade, or no, Good Burger is a downgrade from even Meet the Spartans. All right, so this is a full picture. There's his top of his head. So as you can see, he's clearly bigger than me, and I'm not a small person. By the way,
I would have been like he's 6'6", right? So I would have been about level probably with his pectorals, if that. Because I'm like I said, 5'11". I would look like a kid next to him.
0, and that's what I did. 0% body fat, and there's much more on me. But yeah, cool dude. He stayed in character, stayed in uniform. Like I said, signed my belt. Like I said, all the wrestlers were cool tonight. I mean, I love the way that the Palm sets it up too, because you have access to everybody that you want to. Security is there, but they're not in the way. They're not like, it's not like you can't walk up on anybody as long as you don't do anything stupid. Nobody does. So yeah, meeting Moose was cool, but yeah, that's how big he is. That's a proper picture of him.
Romans, even if it releases the R-rated cuts for both films that have brutal action and lore, the world building itself still sucks. Okay, you didn't like the movie?
Okay.
Bottom name.
All right, next one.
I'm looking forward to the extended cuts. Let's see what else we got. How's it going, Hunter Iggy? Hey, Brad, what's up?
Long time no see.
What else you guys got here? So multiverse. Oh, I wasn't supposed to pull him up. Did someone say about? Yes, they did, Droga. I mean Venom. Sorry. You can ban. Well, don't give any ideas. Why would you do that? Why would you want to ban?
I'm real close. I'm really close.
Well, I can still say those words on camera. What are you gonna do? Bleep me out?
Yeah, but as long as if you don't have anybody to interact with, it's kind of it's already silly. But all right, next one.
New cover. Yeah, that burger is huge. That burger, it's like it looks like a mushroom cloud.
It's calling my name.
Yeah. William, is it beef, turkey, or beyond?
Tonight it's beef, because here's the thing. There's one thing that Fat Burger no Fat Burger does well, or the turkey burgers are not what I need them to be as far as taste wise. And their Beyond Burger, literally, I don't. It's not bad tasting, but it doesn't have, like, I've tasted Beyond Burgers that tasted just like meat, and I've tasted Fat Burgers ones. I don't think they're putting their heart into it, because it actually tastes like grass. It actually has that aftertaste in it that I don't like. It's not nasty, but like I said, I've had Beyond Burgers, and they've tasted fine. I mean, you can tell it's not beef, but not to the point of Fat Burgers. I have not found a Fat Burger, Beyond Burger, or Turkey Burger that I would order again, and I've ordered them both. Well, I'm trying to eat healthier, so because like I said, this burger right here, just looking at it, is literally probably taking 12 years off my life.
Yeah.
But
no, that I mean, you get like your entire daily caloric intake from that, probably.
Yeah, so I'm gonna have to go running tonight. So when we're done with the show, I'm gonna have to go to the park and go in circles.
Well, yeah, Ray's right. That could feed a small army.
Yeah. Or one very big and greedy William.
Brad, what part of the U.S. you in? South? Yeah, I don't know if I want to because the internet people get weird and people get. people just get out. So I don't want to like give specific. I mean, William's talking. We know he's in Vegas and he's showing his business. I don't want to get too specific. I'll just say I'm in the South.
I can understand him completely because, like I said, if it weren't for the fact that I am open, that you can walk up and see me anyway, or Google the Sci-Fi Center, but I'm in a unique position that a lot of YouTubers aren't. Most YouTubers, you do not know where they're at. Some of them, what state and city that they're in, but in my case, and like I said, don't get any silliness up there because just because you can find me doesn't mean you want to. But yeah, so I can understand. I still get freaked out when like somebody at the TNA event tonight recognized me.
Oh, really? From here?
Yeah, recognized me.
Well, like from the Sci-Fi Center or from the Sci-Fi Center.
One of them as a I think he does wrestling streams. He recognized me from the show, and then another person recognized me from the actual center. Both creeped me out, man. And I would put on a polite face. I'm like, hey, yeah, we it's just weird, man. You live the majority of your life being an absolute nobody as far as like people knowing you that don't work with you, that are not your family, and to have somebody out of the blue recognize you will always. I don't know if I'll ever get used to that.
Yeah. I mean, it's because I mean, I of course I had some kind of I've had some kind of notoriety or some level of recognition just from my journalistic career. But as far as my YouTube life, again, especially now that I come on camera, it's I am kind of bracing myself for that. I mean, I remember like Film Junkie and Chris Wong-Swenson and other guys have talked about like going to the first Snyder Con and meeting people there who said they recognize him, and Zack guys, and like he said, oh, it's that guy from that channel, and that's a very surreal experience. So I guess it's come my way.
Yeah, I ran into a wrestler that I reviewed and talked about who recognized me. So it's just weird. Like I said, you live for the most part, you live your life, and it's just nobody knows who you are unless you introduce yourself. And are they from your circle? So it's just kind of it gets good. And like I said, I'm always strategically paranoid. I always keep myself at angles that if somebody were to surprise me, I got the angle on them. When I'm in a restaurant,
I do that too.
I sit facing the door, and I've already told you what happens when I'm on a plane. This is before 9/11. When I'm on a plane, I sit at the cockpit, or at the last seat, even if it doesn't recline. That's where I sit.
Wait, so you mean like first class, or like the within economy closest to like? Give me a little bit more.
When I was in uniform, they always pushed us to first class.
Oh yeah, you mentioned.
Yeah, we would. The army would pay to basically the same amount that which your luggage would be in. The army has to go to deep, but if somebody saw you in uniform, they would always put you in first class, as a courtesy.
Do you still? Sorry, keep going. I was about to ask.
When they did, I would say I need to be put because there's that one seat that faces everyone else, that faces the rest of the plane. That's where I always wanted to see.
Can you still do this now? Do you ever do like when you went to Comic-Con last year and you're going again this year, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Do you are you still able to do Space A flights?
No.
Okay.
I did not retire. I did not do a full 20 years.
Yeah, my dad did it. Like when my folks they took a trip to Europe last September. So I was doing some house sitting for him, and they took like a 3-week trip there. So he was able to do that. They were save a lot of money as far as travel expenses because they just took Space A flights there and back.
Well, let me tell you something. Though when I did, I never wanted to. When I was eligible, and here's why. After deployment, I don't Space A. No, no, it's not comfortable. And when you're going to places that are like a flight, like I've been on flights that are 10, 12, 14 hours, 22 hours. A flight over to the Middle East was 22 hours. That's basically Space
22 hours to the Middle East.
Yeah.
Oh shit, man!
You fly out of here.
Well, you fly and you have to do a bunch of layovers, but yeah,
you go into Germany. We went all kinds of places. And then but yeah, the flight is it's a 22-hour total flight. When you fly with the military. So once I did that, I'm like, Space A, nope. And I think
Well, it can relate to that because when they were coming back, because they were going to be on for like 18 days. And it ended up being 3 weeks even because as they were trying to come back, space, because Space A
means space available. It means space available.
That's the shorthand for it. Anybody who's not familiar. So it's always kind of semi-tentative. But but they had their seats secured. But I mean, it was just like this domino effect when they were coming back of flights just getting delayed or canceled and then being swapped out with another. So it took them like 3 days when they started coming home to get home. I got him at I had to pick him up at the airport like 3 days later than I was expecting him to. It took them longer to get back from that trip to Europe than it took my dad when he came home from Afghanistan to get home.
Yeah. And here's the thing though, flying now is so cheap, to be honest with you. When I went into San Diego last year, it was dirt cheap. It's dirt cheap to fly. You just have to plan your trips out. And it's worth it because, like I said, once you pay for your seat, that's it. Space available. You be at the airport with your bag, and they'll say, "Oops, not available anymore," and then that's it. And sometimes there's only one. Sometimes those space available flights are only every 3 or 4 days in some cases.
Yeah, well, like I remember one time, one of my dad's soldiers, when he was PCSing back stateside from Europe, I think this was a SpaceSafe flight. How's it going, Hal? And he, I mean, it must have been, or either that, or like this commercial. How's it going, Spidey? Either that, or this airliner made one hell of a mistake because he gets up to the ticket agent, and he's got his ticket out. He's getting ready to board, and they say, "Oh, sorry, we overbooked. There about 30 people overboard from what we had." And he's So you think that was like 20 years ago. So I'm not, but that sounds like a bit of a SpaceSafe snafu, wouldn't it?
It's a major thing, but it's a very common.
He was funny coming back for that because he was like shouting out like, "How do you overbook a flight by 30 motherfucking people?" That's the exact quote.
A company or a unit could and their priority. Yeah. I've had it to where one time I was going to use it, but there was a unit that was being added on for deployment. So I knew that if they got picked up, if they got activated, there was I was going to be on the tarmac watching them fly away. So I was like, don't do that. Yeah, my wrestling fixation is it's fun, but like I said, especially like tonight. Tonight fun. Going to those live events.
It's almost as good as the Sister Kim's burger stuff.
Yeah, like I said, I could not eat at Sister Kim's because I was somewhere else.
How's it going, Aaron?
Yeah. Yep, Aaron. One of these days, she's going to surprise us. She's going to come on.
Well, again, we put the suggestion like when you decide to come on camera, if you just put on your gi and like get in your fighting stance, like that'd be so awesome. Well,
when I hear her talk and I picture her in real life,
like mid kick, like mid side kick.
How you doing, Aaron?
And for those of you, I don't know anybody who wasn't watching last night when I came on camera. Because I also showed my dog, and that's actually in the snipped out video that Vince did. I told William, it's like when we were a couple nights before, I was toying with the idea of like, because you guys were also like, also like bring Murphy on, like we want to see your dog too. And I played around with the idea of actually putting him in the chair in front of my desk in front of the computer and switching the camera on, and then you see the first thing you would see was him. But I just couldn't get. I mean, the irony is that like when I finally came on camera, that was the one time he was like, wait. And he's on the other side of the table from me right now, just jumping up because he wants to come out here with me every time I come out on Saturday night to talk to you guys.
You're his human.
Yeah, but he just shook the table right there.
Hi, Murphy.
Last night he was like, what? You want me to get in front of the computer while you're talking? But I don't feel like interrupting you right now. I'm relaxing. And I put him in the chair, and he just curls up. So I had literally, you can see, I had to kind of prop him up to get in front of the camera. I had to lift him up to make him visible.
And he's like, human, leave me alone.
Yeah. Not tonight. He's off having fun. He's probably gonna jump up, and you guys are gonna see him before night's out.
Probably chasing gnats. This isn't a spoiler, but the reason that it has a retro look is that that version of Earth, the microchip, was never invented, and they went more. Yeah, it's got a cool look to it. Like I said, everybody who's been telling me was like, gotta watch, and I haven't had the time, but I wanted to cover it tonight. Like I said, it just has a look and feel that I really enjoyed. Like I said, first episode only, guys. I'm not going to binge watch it, so it's going to take me some time.
I'm not too. That's about how far I am into it myself, and it's like I'm enjoying it too. With like Ella Purnell, it's like she didn't annoy me in Army of the Dead like she did you. For the record, I did like
annoyed the shit out of
I did like her a lot. That was the first thing I saw.
I think that her character was kind of designed to be that whiny. We can't do this. We can't let this happen. I'm like, okay, sure. Here she's perfect. Her first scene is hilarious. Her first scene is hilarious. Where she's describing, she's describing all of her daily activities, and then she's like, despite all this, I can't find a suitable mate to use. And she just seems over the top. William and Moose, it looked awesome. Yeah, it was fun. Like I said, it was like I said, there's nothing like live wrestling. There's nothing like if you're into something, there's nothing like being surrounded by people who are into it with you. And of course, there were other people there with belts. We were talking to because you can spot each other. I mean, it's really easy to spot me in a crowd when I have this gold thing, and then other people had gold. We could spot each other. We go and talk to each other and line. So yeah, you're surrounded by wrestling fans. Like I said, we wrestling fans exist in a world where people just pretty much fuck with us. But when you're, especially comic book nerds, anything like that, when you're around in an area where it's just you and your people, and it's cathartic. It's a really good feeling. So, like I said, I know people who are in the Pokemon that go to the Pokemon things. When Pokemon Go first came out, they all hung out together, and there's just something about being around people that are into the same thing, especially if it's wrestling, because it's an art form that a lot of people don't appreciate. I mean, yeah, it's choreographed, it's staged, but there's some shit that went on tonight, like I said, that hurt me sitting there watching it. But there is a spot where Eric Young, for any of you guys who know, he's been around TNA a long time. He was fighting somebody, but the chair spot, the guy did a suplex and it was supposed to land in the middle of the table, and the table breaks in a certain way. Everybody's all right. It looks cool, but he couldn't get the guy couldn't get him over. It was Kaz. If the guy could get him over enough, so his head came down on the corner of the table. So the part of the table that is the most fortified to make the middle weak so that it breaks in a certain way. So he hit his head and it broke on there. It shattered on the hard part, and I think they had to change the result of the match because that wasn't supposed. He couldn't go on anymore. He was able to leave on his own power, but he was bleeding. It was bad. It was like,
William, that's all very interesting, but as we all know,
wrestling's fake.
Wrestling's not fake.
You're determined to get us thrown off the internet. You're determined to go for multiple times getting us thrown off the internet this week, man. Like I said,
dangerously.
You're going to get me junkied, man. Come on.
Where are we in the comments here?
I'm just like jumping around.
William and Brad, question: are you going to do more face reveal? We need more face. I have one face.
More. Yeah. You mean his multiple head?
You want to see the back of my head?
I think he's asking if you're going to be. Are you going? Is this you're not going back to the Avatar? I think that.
Like I said, people asked me about that last night. I said, I mean, it's like cat's out of the bag now. So I mean, it's not a lot of point in going back.
Personally, I kind of wish you would because he's kind of.
How
can we fix this?
Everything I was afraid of. Yeah.
Nah, but
you treat yourself to a beefy burger. Yes, that's a very good suggestion.
Yeah, like I said, this is not something I would do. I'm fucking completely ignoring you. This burger that I'm eating tonight is not healthy by any means. It's going to be tasty as all fuck, and I'm going to enjoy it. But yeah, we can't. This is hardened. This is the hardened arteries. Just knowing right now, it's sitting next to me and it's hardening the arteries. So yeah, we gotta do this in moderation.
Well, I couldn't eat something like that in one sitting. Especially as I've gotten older, it's like if I do beef it like that, it's like usually I'll like do it like 2 or 3 kind of increments. Yeah, it's like I could take down a burger like that, but it would be like over like 2 nights, so it would be.
Oh no, I'm hungry. I haven't eaten all day because I was.
Well, especially since I got into intermittent fasting about over the pandemic, that's when I started doing. I'm kind of jumping back into it now, so.
Yeah, I need to get back into that. That did work for me. I love unofficial. Yeah. And listen, I told the dude, I mean, we're in the elevator right now, and I'm getting compliments on the belt. And here's the TNA guy. He's a legit, and I'm like, dude, I would understand if you had him out in the lobby and I was rolling around with my handmade one. I could understand that. That's kind of disrespectful, you could at least your shame game would have worked at least better. But you're 3 weeks away from, dude. The belt was unveiled in January at a show I was at. So you've had 4 months to get this belt out there. That's not my problem. Like WWE, they have their new tag team championship belts. By the way, they need more blue, but they had them up there. I put them up there last night. They announced that belt last night on SmackDown. You know what they announced with it? The fact that it was unavailable, that it was available on WWE Shop. So the moment you knew that belt existed, that belt was ready to be bought. So that's not my fault if you guys are, and granted, it's a much smaller company. That's true, but Moose is going to be here. I knew exactly who I wanted to get signed that belt. It was April 20th. If the event was after you made the replica, maybe we'll talk, but you can't be shaming me. I told he's like, what's your name? I'm like, my name's William Powell. Here's my card. Where's yours? Where's yours so I can buy the belt that doesn't exist, dude? I'm here. I bought a ticket to your event. I'm wearing a T-shirt from one of your wrestlers. I bought your by the way, $10 bottle of water. That needs to be something that needs to non-fucking exist anywhere on this earth. You should not. I don't care where the water came from. I don't care if it's Woodstock 99. I don't care where it is. You should be against the law of mankind to charge $10 for bottled water. All right.
Yeah.
Unless that shit is going to de-age you as I drink it. But anyway, I bought a soda. A soda was pricier than I want to. I mean, I've supported this company since it's been in existence. So why would I not support you if you didn't have the merchandise there, dude? I mean, it's not my fault. But yeah, he's and his little assistant was with she's like, and I'm like, well, where's your card, man? He's like, well, just check the website. I'm like, all right, cool. He's like, next time I see you, you're gonna have one. I'm like, yeah, if it looks good, if it looks as good as mine, because some replicas from the company don't look as good. See, when we have ours handmade, it's like they're for the store, by the way. These belts, that belt doesn't technically belong to me. It belongs to the Sci-Fi Center. But usually the replicas they're handmade. Yeah, they're handmade. So, all right, Brad's getting eaten by gnats. It sounds like. So. Yeah, especially when I have two of them. But this one's actually this one right here is actually the lightest of the ones I have. Okay, so Ruth, you're there with me. You're there with me. Yeah, Brad is in the wild, dude. He's fucking coyotes and shit. All right, the grand reveal. Shocked you waited to get home to eat it. I would have done that in the car. Well, it took them a while I had it delivered. I wanted to get home because the pay-per-view run it up. If you notice, I moved the original start time from 9 to 10 because I was still in line. So I ordered the pay-per-view. I ordered the burger so that it would get here as I got here, and it was so close to the show. I just went ahead and started. Oh my goodness, you guys in this damn big burger thing. Now you're trolling me, but like it's just a joke. I know you have an issue. There's a lot of people have an issue with Red Robot Moon, but I mean that your opinions are valid. I just don't know what to tell you, man. I just had fun. Yes, it does, and it smells good too. Here, let's interview the bird. Since Brad is getting eaten by gnats, let's go ahead and see how shiny it is because of the vegetable oil that they use to make it makes the buns. Get that. Now, once again, for those of you who have met me, Raya, Clint, you guys have met me. You know me in real life. You know I am by no means a small human being. So when I palm this with my large tree grabbing hands, that should tell you just how big this burger is. But even as it settles, see how they did the cheese? Some places they just slap the cheese on and like, just get out of my face, But this person, I don't know whether it's because I'm a regular and he knows me and he appreciates that I appreciate him, or if he's just this damn. And there's egg in here too. This guy here, he puts the egg on the bottom. I didn't know there was going to be a massive difference. I didn't think I would like him I thought I'd like it at the top. He puts the egg on the bottom. And it tastes great that way. This guy's an artist, man. This guy's an artist. That burger is art. All right. It's going to explode mine. But like I said, I'm starving. I haven't eaten all day. I didn't even sleep too well last night because of my allergies. I took some allergy meds.
Okay.
And instead of putting me to sleep, it actually made it harder for me to sleep, which is not what it says on the bottle. Damn it.
Okay, so gnats bugging me. So, and I don't have any bug spray. I need to get some of that now. The summer's starting.
I thought you were gonna come back with a.
I just got long sleeves. Yeah.
I thought you were gonna come back with a net.
I don't have one of those, unfortunately. Yeah. But I'm pretty well covered now. So.
All right, I'm just going through. I think you were already. I'm just catching up. Nuka Burger. Yeah, you're already. Already putting on speed.
The burger can nuke you pretty good, I would say.
All right. Okay. Oh, actually, you went all the way down. I broke that cow's back.
I broke that cow's back.
I'm gonna find. Well, I could actually find out who it is, but I don't really care.
No, come on. And besides, we all know it's Enosh.
Dude, Enosh is actually doing shit. He's actually living.
No, listen, dude, Enosh, we know you're Bane. Listen, I mean,
I couldn't even get Enosh to come on the shows when I was on his channel. He's definitely not making no time to come on here now.
Okay, because I kind of, again, when he started taking his sabbatical, of course, we were simulcasting through Point X Lounge for a while. It's like I've never been on stream with him before, so it's like Enosh, stop hiding behind. No, with him, no.
Oh, I thought.
Sure. Yeah, so yeah, dude, yeah, come on. It's like stop behind the Bane mask and show yourself. Be on a stream with me, man.
It's not him.
Yeah, that's what he wants you to think. That's exactly what he wants us to think.
Like I said, he's doing a lot of stuff. Every time you see him, he's doing something that's he streams though. He streams and
he's doing a lot more in his car these days.
Yeah, which seems to be working well for him. Last 45. That third act was bonkers. Like I said,
yeah. That
ship scene where the ship is crashing and they're still fighting. I'm like, okay, this is batshit crazy, but it was entertaining. But come on, I'm getting off the ship. My priority. Listen, if you survive this, me and you will pick this up down on the ground.
But, well, that speaks to kind of what we were talking about. How Atticus Noble, when he's revived and going to this movie, how you can see how it's affected him mentally. It's like he's kind of gone from fighting for the Imperium, it's more fighting for himself, and this is more of a personal vendetta for him at this point, where it's like he's prioritizing his personal revenge on Korra now, much more so than conquering this one planet.
Yeah, he didn't give a shit about the crops. He didn't. I mean, know, I guess those guys are gonna starve. Fuck it, I'm going up to this one lady.
Yeah.
Screw you guys.
He went off the deep end for sure.
Yeah, it reminded me of. In fact, we'll go ahead and knock this one out, and we'll just start talking Rebel Moon, and then we'll get that out of the way right now.
Yeah.
Like I said, the things I liked about it are just it was the pacing of the action was good. It just jumps right in. Yeah, there was no table setting, which is fine. I thought the special effects in this one for some reason were a lot better. I know it was filmed at the same time, but it just seems like maybe that's just me. It just seems like the special effects were a little bit less flawed than they were last time. And I know what kind of budget I'm working on here, so I'm not too bad with it. I thought that that last act just didn't leave you. If you could when you rewatch it again, you can pick it apart. But most of the times when you're in a movie, if it's being done right, you don't notice a lot of that shit till second, third watch, and by that time you've already had your first impression of the movie. I did like the ships, the ships. I like those tanks. The tanks were kind of cool. The tanks reminded me of Battle of Hoth type situations, except they weren't walkers. The bad for me, even the bad. I mean, nothing really bad. The bad for me was just the fact that story structure wise, I knew we were going to be having some gaps in it because we already know what the situation is. But there is one particular story aspect about it. I'm like, we're fighting and we're dying and we're dealing with all this guilt because we killed this girl. I killed this girl. Oh, by the way, she's not dead.
Yeah. Oh, you didn't tell me that until not even 5 minutes, 20 seconds before the movie ends. Yeah.
By the way, it's by the guy who was telling everybody to spill their guts. You left something out.
Oh yeah. Yeah, during the Last Supper scene. Yeah, it's like, tell us how you came into this whole conflict, you and you. Yeah, Korra, what's your story? Here's my story, and I'm going to save this one part until right after we win.
Not just a part. a life-altering part for her character.
That's why I think I said this last night. That's why I think that we're going to get the context for how Titus comes into that information in the extended cut, because it seems to me like, okay, he finds this out because you do have to. How does he know that? How does he know that Cora's still alive? So that's my theory, is that the information will be passed along to him, however it is, in the extended cut, and then so we'll get that context, and then that will set up him passing it on to Cora.
Hold on for a second. I got a troll alert.
Who is it?
I don't know if it's a troll or. Hold on. I've been relatively troll free for our existence, but we had a couple of them that just say, "Oh, haha." Okay, never mind. It's not a troll. It's somebody asking about Pooh, Blood, and Honey, and there's no question you can ask about that movie. That doesn't seem like a troll.
Yeah,
I enjoyed. Like I said, I went into Rebel Moon just wanting, like I said, just wanting to see things get ripped up, blown up, fights, ships, explosions, and I got it. Just sometimes this is what I'm like. Apparently, other people went looking for other things, and that's your prerogative. Like for me, when I went into Independence Day Resurgence, I was looking for a good movie. I didn't get it. I didn't even get it by its own standards. But if you're talking about having 25 years to create a good movie, and you gave me that, whereas this, I mean, my expectations weren't lower than anything, but I understood with the parameters that we were working with, and I had fun with those parameters. Everybody else went, or not everybody, enough people went into it to where, like, are you going to analyze the fun out of this? Or, I mean, are you going to watch it?
Yeah. Well, of course, you're talking about like going in, wanting its shit ripped up and all that. So again, that's from the way he's described it. It definitely sounds like that's very, very, very expounded upon in the extended cuts, and we even see like with a lot of the death scenes in the two. We were pointing out during the barn fight scene in the first one. It's like, that guy's brains are gonna paint the wall, and even the way Noble gets taken out in
Atticus.
That head is gonna get cut. It's gonna spin up like this, and there's gonna be a Kill Bill geyser of blood come out of it.
I'm like, how are you? I know, I got it. I know you decapitated him, and I don't even think he's dead. I think it's gonna be his thing to no matter how you kill him and slice him up, he's going to come back in some form. So he has like a body, and the next time you see it, it's his second in command putting his body on a new thing with the worms and everything. Yeah. But
what's weird too about his death to me is that because you can show decapitation in a PG-13. I mean they have that with Thanos in Endgame. So it's they've had I can think of many other PG-13s that have shown it. It's kind of like an F-bomb violence-wise. You can get like one decapitation in. So I would have thought that would have been something they could have skirted under the rating for this one, unless that is something that because maybe his death is just that much more grandiose.
He's probably shooting up arterial spray or some shit.
Yeah, that could be it. Yeah, if it's at that level, like I said, if it's Kill Bill style decapitation, that would definitely be an R.
I definitely, like I said, I definitely, and what my favorite scene, like I said, was when she gets on the ship. Now, especially now that I know how she got on that ship, she gets on that ship and she just starts close quartered. And by the way, that's not the one I thought would be the raid for you.
Oh, really?
No, it's when Atticus is going through the tunnel fighting people.
I did have a thought. I did think Cora was the one I landed on because that's the longer of the two of them. But I did, kind of briefly think, this has a little bit of a raid feel to it when he gets into the kind of the trench, close quarters kind of combat.
Yeah, so I had fun with that. I would have had, but like I said, the what's the dude, shirtless guy?
Tarek.
I like
Star Nays is his name, but the character's name is Tarek.
Yeah, by the way, I'm horrible with names when it comes anybody but Cora and the general and Titus. I'm like, but anyway, his beginning story, I was intrigued with. I don't know if I'm going to get more of that in the uncut version, but the reasoning of his mother sacrificing herself is because she didn't want him to be tethered to her. As long as she was alive, he would never leave that planet. He would never be able to run. He would never be compelled to run and leave her. And if he took her with him, that would have been like a weakness. It would have been like dead weight. So she basically lessened his burden is what that was about. So I was okay with that. I heard that question come up while I was off air.
How's it going, Nick? And you were there with us last night for the watch party and my grand debut. So good to have him in.
Like a 6 hour.
Murphy is my dog, my dog, not my cat, my dog. Good troll in there, Droga. Yeah, no, that was just his name when I got him. When I pick him up, it's like he was already named Murphy, and I mean it's kind of applicable in the sense that he's he's still very hyperactive. It's like if you can't leave the door open, or he's going to sprint out and think he's having fun all afternoon while you try to catch him. So that's I do have a running joke, friends and family. It's like you got to make sure you keep eyes on him at all time. I call that Murphy's Law. But he wasn't named after RoboCop. No.
Dogs love to see you try to chase them. They have an advantage. They're on 4 legs.
Oh, he is. Oh, and when he's free, he is a bat out of hell. Whenever he's gotten out. It was actually one time when I was on with the 4 nerds. I was coming in from class, and it's like I'm starting on the phone. I decided I was going to get on the phone and kind of jump on the stream, and then I would like get off briefly and get on my desktop and that was actually when was that? That was like last fall, I think. It was a while back. But I'm walking in the door, and he decides, "Oh, it's open. I'm going for it." So that was so I'm going in the car trying to get it back. Like as I'm, we did get it. He was unharmed, fortunately, when I got him. That was a little bit crazy.
You got him from the pound or animal rescue?
It was animal rescue.
Okay, that's good. I like hearing that because that means you saved it. Like I said, I want to do the next charity I want to do a charity that basically.
Yeah, William talked about this with me offline a few nights ago.
Yeah, getting dogs out of kill shelters, man. I don't think kill shelters do exist. I don't think an animal should get a death sentence because humans fucked up. That dog's gonna be in that shelter and be euthanized for what? Because you didn't have space for him, you didn't manage the situation. I don't think that's a good enough reason to have those things. I wish I could pass a law to where it's just illegal. I would rather spend the money on kill shelters, spend that money on the things that prevent that from happening. There's a lot of things you can do to prevent a dog from ending up in a kill shelter. But I would like to do something to where we because I know it costs money, to make it feasible or pay for it. If somebody, you got a lot of old people sitting in places by themselves, they don't have families visiting them, get them a dog. You got a lot of vets that could use a dog. A lot of people who are PTSD need a dog. A lot of people going through. There's a lot of people that if you did the work, you could make the connection between those dogs that are sitting on death row and those people. You got a lot of senior dogs that people giving up on. Guess what? There's a lot of senior citizens living in homes. I mean, there's a lot but for some reason these shelters still have dogs in them, and I'm like, somebody. Being a fucking idiot as a human should not be a death sentence for an animal that would literally give you his life if you were drowning. Dogs who probably couldn't even, if they would jump in there, they would go on all 4 legs into a burning building and drag you out. But somehow they end up in places like this, which is so. After we wrap up this particular charity, we will always have an American Foundation for Suicide Prevention charity. It just probably won't be on this scale. I want to do something on that scale with that. So there you go.
Mm-hmm. I'm going to see if, hold on, I'll be right back. I'm going to see if I can get Murphy on camera again for everybody real quick, because I know they all love him. So be right back, guys.
Cool. Yeah, I told him I'd get us one of them Centronella candles or a Zap, and then we could just listen to the Zap. Because, usually Nats, there's hundreds of them. So Zap, Zap, Zap. Let's see. Yeah, he does the Sunday morning streams. Like I said, I did not think they were garbage. But once again, it's subjective.
Yeah, he ain't coming. He doesn't come on my schedule. He comes on his schedule, unless we're indoors.
Yeah. All right. So the next Rebel movie, if it follows the pattern of the Imperium, will do everything to crush the Belt Planet Rebellion, almost succeed. Yeah, that's probably if they stay on the planet. I mean, it would probably be smart for them to leave that planet if they know they're coming just to spare those people.
Oh, you playing with the squeak toy now, so they can hear it? Okay.
Yeah, now that he sees you, dude. Like I said, usually when you're not paying, if you're talking to someone else and it's not them, that means you're cheating on them. Your attention's going somewhere.
Hey, How's it going, Andre? And he's also, yeah. So next time I'm on the Four Nerds, I'll have my face up. Yeah, you guys can see me now.
Watch him never have you on again. No, I'm just kidding. It's like, just like Max when Max went to mask off. I'm like, Max, put it back on. All right, you guys are talking to each other. All right. Yeah, Spider-Man keeps
out back. I'm out back right now.
Yeah, he's in the
and I only do this on Saturday nights because it's just the weekend. So I have to be chill. But yeah, the rest of the time it's like I'm in my room. When I'm streaming with William.
All right, so covered Rebel Moon. Anybody got any questions on that? You can ask us. We'll answer them throughout the stream if you want to. What did you think about Fallout episode 1?
Again, this is because I haven't played the game, so I'm pretty much going.
Me either.
Yeah, so I was going to this very fresh, but it's like, I'm enjoying it so far. And Ella Purnell, she's really she's got a lot of as far as like someone who's really going to be center stage of something. She's got a lot of potential. She's very different as far as like what we saw of her in Army of the Dead. She's taking on a whole different persona. She's taking on a very different kind of role. So the trailer was actually really got me pretty again, for a non-player of the game, it got me pretty intrigued. And so far, the what this is set up has got me. I'm ready to, I'm not going to binge like William said because I'm not a binge guy just in general, but I'm liking it so far. I went to it.
Yeah. Her character is everybody else is dealing with the reality of their situation. In their own way, and hers is just like, this is a very dismal show from just the first hour and 10-15 minutes that episode was. There's just, I can't, David, it's been 219 years, so they can adjust, but even still, man, even if it's been 209, just to grow up in that, what I'm showing you right here, just for that to be an environment, and still her cheery,
we should have brought this up actually the other night. We were talking about, we hadn't seen it yet. It hadn't been released, but
yeah,
we were talking about post-apocalyptic genre. That would have been
well. Fourth was trying to bring it up, but I hadn't seen it yet because I hadn't had time. I don't know if it had been released yet, but they've been telling me to see it, and then I always was going to see it, but I just didn't. Like I said, we've been busy as hell. But I have never played the game, and so I'll tell people right now that if you never played the game, just because it's based on the game, you do not need the game to engage with this. I had fun with it, and like I said, I'm starting to make connections to certain characters immediately. This one in particular that you see up to the right of my screen, and her. It's almost like you get that there's all these extraordinary circumstances, but people have been forced to make the best of what they can, and they're living their lives in a way that's like, what it is type of situation.
I remember when I first saw him, it's like I thought, I still to some extent have this. I had to keep reminding myself that's not the Red Skull.
Yeah. It looks like the Red Skull from that shitty movie.
No, I'm talking about Hugo Weaving in the good Captain America. Red Skull. The 90s Captain America. That is I liked it as a kid because that's all we were getting, like superhero wise. Is that it's like, other than like Reeves Superman and Keaton Batman, it's like we were getting like maybe like 1% of like the superhero movie and TV output that we are today. So it was slim pickings, and we were grateful to get what we could get back then. So I had to, as a kid, it's like, you're like, oh, this Captain America's actually pretty good. And then you grow up and you realize, okay, no, it's nah.
Marcus, whose avatar has creepy vibes?
Is it me? I hope not.
Oh, yeah, it is you. Brad, can you change your avatar, by the way? It gives me Nightmare Fuel vibes.
Well, I mean, I'm on camera. I'm on camera, so it's like, I mean, you're not seeing my avatar anymore.
Yeah, the camera, his real face should give you no, I'm just kidding. But if that gives you nightmare vibes, you're probably gonna have some other nightmares anyway, dude. Strange night in the trap tonight.
Yeah. That's what else we got.
Did not see me on TV. Are you talking about? Yeah,
we're talking about wrestling. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know if the camera. I was sitting in the angle. I was sitting in the hard cam area where the cameramen were pointing away from me. So I don't know if you'll see me on there or not. I know they aimed some footage at us, but I don't know where that'll air. Having a registration requirement and a pet limit would be a good idea. I haven't thought about it. Yeah, and then the people who breed, and then I mean, there just needs to be some there's some accountability on the humans. Like I said, the animal is paying the price. The human can violate anything they want to. The human's not going to end up in a cage with a date on it. So registration requirement would be one of those things. The breeding, the spade, neuter, things like that. I mean, there's a lot that could be done before the animal ends up on death row.
Yeah.
And like I said, for what? For what? For what? And there are some breeds out there that people, they get them as puppies. They realize when they grow, that pit bull that was cute when he has a puppy, he's not cute. He's taking a little bit more to handle now. You just have to put him with the right owner. You don't put him on death row. Put him with another owner.
I hear Dalmatians are kind of hard to handle too.
Dalmatians, Chihuahuas, I've heard. But you know what? For every problem type dog, there's somebody else who's really good at those dogs. I know people who get a pit bull and they can't handle it. They want to take it to the pound. I know people who own 5 or 6 of them that will be able to integrate that right into it, foster it, and put it into an environment where it can help that person. Like I said, there's a lot of people dealing with a lot of loneliness. Pets are awesome for that. A lot of people who got mental illness, pets are awesome for that. It's companionship. I mean, I can think of 1,000 places that you could put a dog that could do, any animal that it could do better or more good than a cage ready to get. Like I said, I thought for a time that kill shelters were a thing of the past. I didn't realize we still had those things, because it's barbaric and it doesn't. It's I think it's cruel. I don't care how peaceful they are when you utilize them. That dog's. Why didn't that dog get a full life? I don't know. Got a problem.
Well, I mean, when my previous dog Lexi, when she about 2 years ago, and I had her for 11 years. I mean, she was probably about 14 or 15 when she had to go. And so that, I mean, so she did live a full life, and that was one of the hardest things I've ever had to do, like being right next to her. And she was because it was like the last 3 weeks or so. I think you're talking to the vet. They said that she was showing signs of dementia. She was showing signs of like really breaking down. I mean, I couldn't even get her to go to her water bowl. I had to I'd like take one of the squirt things and put the water in her bowl. So she probably only had like another couple days in her at that point anyway, but she got a full life. And even so, seeing that happen, having to be there, watching that happen, that was one of the hardest things I've ever had to do.
That's the most loyal thing that the dog would be there if it could for, when you're in your 90, if the dog could, it would be right there, so I know that, and I've heard that because my sisters had to go through it multiple times. But the good thing is that she gets these dogs, they live 14, 15, 16 years and they get a full run, they you got all the life out of them. So yeah, it sucks. But at the same time, you look back on it like, wow. And she gets her dogs from the rescue too. She'll go to a rescue. And like that, when I get a dog, and it's probably going to happen pretty soon here, my schedule has to balance out because I don't want to be leaving a dog unless I can get multiple dogs and have them play with each other. But when I get a dog, I'm going to get it from the rescue too. I won't get it from around. But, I just think it's it just bugs the shit out of me knowing that those exist. Yeah, that's why the whole John Wick thing. That one, I think was it John Wick, the first one?
Yeah, the first one where his dog gets killed.
Yeah, but is it the end of the movie?
Where he frees all the dogs and he takes the bulldog.
The one that has a date. Yeah. The bulldog actually has I call it an execution date. It has a euthanization date. So he looks at it and he takes that dog. That was like the happiest moment of that movie. I mean, I forget. Beating the hell out of the people who killed the dog to begin with. Those people needed to. Those people.
I've seen people joke that now that John Wick ostensibly has died in the fourth one. Although again, there's a lot of talk about 5. Of course, they've announced all kinds of now. Chad Stahelski's like overseeing both Highlander and John Wick universes with Lionsgate, which that definitely tells you there's more John Wick coming. So probably we're getting 5. But before that happened, I'd seen people, and by probably I mean almost definitely, if not definitely. But I'd seen some people joke that after his apparent death in 4, they said, "Oh, now the dog should go and like try to avenge his death."
Cujo going to get him. But yeah, so that's what I'm going to that's what I'm going to do for our next one.
Good observation here, Aaron.
Yeah.
I'll be here all week. By the way, since this, I'll go ahead and bring it because I mentioned I probably need to do this as we get further into the summer. It's that time because I don't have any bar repellent from last year, so I went and changed and I got a long sleeve shirt on. I got my socks on right now, so I'm mostly defended from them now. But again, I'll get this taken care of as we head into the summer here.
See, in Vegas, when we head into the summer here, I will not be doing the show outdoors.
Well, I mean, it sounds like if anything, he does do this. I think he was still doing that when he kind of took his break too.
Yeah, he was doing that because that's just setting up the camera at the thing. Yeah. But now he's doing every other day. If a topic comes up, he's doing it from his car. I chime in sometimes.
Fortunately, you're talking about. Are you talking about Fallout, Aaron?
No, I think it's his.
Okay, yeah. Okay. Well, there's a playbacks for if you want to jump in that. But since we were just talking about Rebel Moon, and I mentioned this to William, we were talking last night. Should I go into this a little bit tonight? Because I didn't want to go into it while we were actually breaking down the movie itself. But I thought, okay. Well, I did mention it in passing during the discussion, but I thought, okay, I'll dive a little bit deeper into this now, since now again, this is connected because it relates to the THR interview Zack gave that relating to different elements of the movie, and specifically it talks about the Last Supper scene, with all the characters saying, here's how Titus came in, here's how Cora came in, here's how Nemesis came in, here's how all of them came in, their backstories, which I do think all those flashbacks will be considerably expounded upon in the extended cut. But of course, anybody who's kind of familiar with the whiteboards, as we know them, the whiteboards, laying out the remainder of the plan, the Justice League plan. No, there was also a plan for a Last Supper, with the Nightmare League, kind of a recounting or prepping, like as they're going to go on their mission to steal the Mother Box and send flashback in time, reset the whole thing. And it was going to involve things like Batman and Joker having kind of like different perspectives on the death of Robin. And so Zack was asked a little bit about this in this THR interview. And this is kind of making the rounds. So, and I think this is intriguing with like because some people have caught on to some things here. And I think this kind of is worth digging into a little bit. So I'll go ahead and pull this up here. This is actually from South Cali guy on Twitter, who became our 300 subscriber a while back. So South Cali, if you're watching, I'm gonna give you a little shout out here, man.
That's 133 subscribers ago. Yay.
Yes. So we'll go and pull up this here. So
I'm looking for that mosaic thing that they did for the Empire Records. Not Empire Records, for the Empire.
Oh yeah. So this question, somebody the interviewer's name escapes me, but this section kind of jumped out to me, and it has for a lot of people. So there absolutely is a Last Supper in Justice League 2, and the scene had them telling stories of how they got there, because Justice League 2 was going to open. It was now 10 years in the future. How did we get here? So it was kind of it. And yes, Rebel Moon Part 2 sequence is a similar sort of structure to the Justice League 2 scene that we have. And the interviewer asks, of all these potential DC movies outlined, would you say that you smuggled 10% of those ideas into Rebel Moon? And Zack's reply, there's a fair number in there, I guess, but certainly not enough to make a Justice League 2 movie not viable. Now, obviously, people are kind of diving on his answer there. But also, as South Cali points out here, the what's interesting here is, again, what's said about Justice League 2 here is that it was going to open with us now 10 years in the future. And the reason why that's interesting is because we go to this, you guys probably can't see the print too good here from the the whiteboards, but as you can probably make out here, the general outline is Justice League 2 from the whiteboards of the outline we've seen. It picks up sometime after the first one. We have Darkseid planning his conquest of Earth, and then he kills Lois, gets ran out of the anti-life equation. Then we jump ahead 5 years. Okay, so we're going from, again, right here, 5 years in the plan. 5 years later, the Nightmare plan that we know of, to movie 2 kicks off 10 years in the future. Okay, so what changed there? What's my spider sense is kind of tingling with that. Now there's also a YouTube. He shared a YouTube interview Zack did with somebody the fandom obviously loves, Miss Grace Randolph. Can I play this? Can I play another YouTuber's interview with Zack without us getting taken down? Okay.
A lot of it depends on the YouTuber.
Okay.
I'm quite certain that YouTuber would definitely take us down.
Okay. But long story short, in that interview, and it was like in the during the press tour for ZSJL, Zack mentions, here's kind of the outline. Here's again the 5 years later thing. I think he says that in there, but he also mentions, but there's also there's a version of this whiteboard or road map, whatever you want to call it, that I haven't shown, that I'm not going to show, and which we still haven't seen. So now we get to this here with the whiteboard we've seen 5 years later. We go to the nightmare, and this snippet in the THR interview. JL2 opens 10 years in the future. So I thought I'd kind of bring that up and say, okay, well, why don't we chew on this bone a little bit and see what everybody thinks about that. What you got any thoughts on that, William? I mean, because it does seem, this might sound a little tinfoily on my part. It does, the fact that he can put that out there a little bit during it does strike me during the Rebel Moon press tour. It does strike me a little bit as reminiscent of when he was doing all the Vero teasing, where he was, throwing the fans red meat a lot and kind of giving people encouragement, like, hey, if you're pushing for this, here's something to kind of fuel your enthusiasm there. Again, I'm not in his head. I can't say that with certainty, but there's a part of me thinking, okay, is that why this made it into this interview? Or is, it could just be, it's like he's just sharing a little bit of a behind the scenes, like how, this plot element got from Justice League 2 to Rebel Moon 2, or it could be both. But yes, William, what are your thoughts?
When there's ever a resolution to the story, he's always going to be in some way, shape, or form pushing it, because it's an unfinished piece of work that's out there. Now, there's a difference between bringing it up and keeping it in the conversation enough, and then actively pushing for it. I don't think he's actively pushing for anything. I just think that there's something, as long as it's unresolved, it's always going to be a conversation piece that, he'll refer to. And if it ever does get resolved, he'll refer to it in that manner. But right now it's something that's just, it's out there, but I don't get the feeling that he's actively pushing for it. I don't get the feeling. I could be wrong, because there's just not enough there for either one of us. But, I don't get the sense that something is pending on any realm.
Well, to be clear, I'm not saying anything's pending behind the scenes. I'm just, again, the fact that, again, the 10 years later kind of element of that really stood out to me, because again, there's that disparity from what the version of the plan that we know of, that it shows. Again, it picks up, a little bit after the first movie, some period of time after the first movie, and then the nightmare happens and we jump 5 years later. And now in this, it says, movie 2 takes place 10 years later. So, that kind of speaks to the whole thing about, this is pulling back the curtain a bit on the version of the plan that we haven't seen yet, the updated version of the whiteboards, if you will, that he said he has not shown. He has no forthcoming plans to show, and which we obviously that the fandom is going to be again kind of gnawing away at that for as long as we don't see that. But that did jump out at me, as it did a lot of people. So, but I did want to bring that up a bit on the show tonight, because that struck me as, again, and I do need to be clear, it's like, I'm not saying that like a sale to Netflix relating to the hashtag is in the works right now. It's just, again, the fact that he worked that in there to that interview with this doesn't make it not viable, and also here's like, it's 10 years later now instead of 5. That struck me a little bit as like, I'm keeping the conversation going on the unresolved aspects of what I started here.
But there's different levels of that though. There's just the basic level that it'll always be at. It may be that way for like 30 years. And there's momentum. Versus, I just didn't see any momentum yet. But once again, I mean, who knows? Who knows what's on anybody? None of us are in the meetings with Ted Sarandos or any of those other guys.
Which as that thing we read off the other night made clear.
Yeah. Like I said, anybody thinking that there was going to be any changes in Netflix just because you got Dan Lin as your CEO, you need to understand that, like I said, on the power tree, he's not even fourth on it. When it comes to making decisions, like, like
and see, and here's the thing too. When I read that that portion of the article, the other thing, because now that whenever he talks about, here's what I would, and he also had that GQ interview where he taught, which people have seen, where he talked about, the Superman versus Darkseid was going to be the ultimate DC battle cinematically and perfect, just the perfect way to like close out this franchise, because like, where do you go from there? And that's not verbatim, but that's the essence of what he said. And I saw that, and I saw this, and I every time anything related to what was not made that people are still clamoring for comes up, that my mind goes to, okay, there's always three different schools of thought or three different reactions that come out of this. One is like one is the portion of the fandom that thinks like, oh, it's gonna happen 2 days from now. It's gonna get out 2 days from now. The other one is kind of more where we're at. It's like, no, it's not pending, but it's like, but the conversation is still going, and there's still, this fire is still burning. So there's, there's still potential for it to at some point happen, or at some point be resolved. And then there's a third one that I see happen, which is when this is kind of more from the negative side of it, where people will see that and say, oh, he's just throwing red meat to his toxic fan base, because that's all the only way he has to stay relevant.
The one that irritates me the most is, you're just giving people false hope. My response to that.
Okay, I guess that's 4 then.
Yeah, for those of you who use this, and I love you all, that's just fucking stupid. Once again, it's not up to one person to tell somebody else what's false hope and not.
I'm sure
you handle
your war zone.
Yeah, you handle yourself. If somebody, like I said, somebody wants to believe that the Easter Bunny is real and is going to deliver chocolate eggs every Easter, and they're in their 50s, let them. Unless they're kicking down your door telling you to believe it, then there's not an issue. But yeah, I don't think there's any smoke. I don't think there's any fire to that smoke. I just think that it's just something that's always going to be. Our minds are always going to go there because it's unfinished. It doesn't mean.
Well, and again, that's part of one of the reactions that I described, kind of more from the detractor side, is that whenever he talks about like, here's what I intended for it, a lot of the reaction there goes to, he's just fueling his toxic cult, as it's often described. But
most of those shitheads are the ones that spend their times responding to and hunting down people. They spend an inordinate amount of their time engaging with people. There's no such thing as a cult that I engage with. If I think you're batshit crazy, guess what? You're going to be batshit crazy way over there, and I'm going to be moving far away from you. I'm not going to engage you. The people who engage people like that are cults themselves. So, all right. So,
yes, but yeah, I did want to bring that up because again, it's like, and of course, I try to be the kind of the voice of moderation here in a lot of the fandom about the Snyderverse element, where it's like, yes, William and we've made clear, it's like, we're proponents of resolving this, but of course we try to conduct ourselves in the most level-headed and rational way, where it's like, okay, it's like, yeah, we're proponents of it, doesn't mean it's going to happen next week, but we do think it can happen.
Yeah,
but
I don't engage with the detractors, because for the most part, they're a waste of oxygen, and they're a waste of my brain power just knowing that they exist. If you don't want something to continue, that's fine. I don't need to hear about it. I don't even need to know you exist. Our paths don't ever need to cross.
And it's part of why that's actually part of why I still do like to bring it up on here, and whenever I'm on other shows, is because I do feel like that perspective needs to be represented in a way that is even keel, that is not hostile one way or the other, that is more about just the inquisitive side of it. It's like, yes, this sounds really awesome, we want to see this happen, but I mean, it's not, but I don't want to throw anything else DC related under the bus, and I don't want to throw out like I want to talk about a way that's not alienating to anybody. So that's why
it's impossible, though. This is the thing. I understand what you're saying.
I still try, though.
That's why I don't bring it up as much, because I know the shitheads are just waiting. They're at the ready to come at you, and then it's like, I don't listen. If you don't think anything can continue that I'm enjoying, or I'm yearning for, or maybe hope for, I don't fucking care about your opinion. I don't care. I don't care if you don't like Zack Snyder's movies. That's your opinion. You have every right to it, but I don't care about it. I don't care if you don't ever want to see a Ben Affleck Batman movie. I don't care. I don't need to hear about it. I don't even need to know you exist. Our paths don't need to cross. You know what? Because there's nothing coming out of that conversation. But me knowing you don't like something, I don't give a fuck.
I'm sorry. Phil jumped in. Yes, I came on camera during the Rebel Moon 2 watch party we did last night because I was telling people, I'll finally come on camera. So here you go. And I told Andre, who's in the chat earlier, I said, yeah, so next time on the Four Nerds, this is what you guys get to look at.
Yeah, I mean, it's just.
I hope this continues. I hope people who weren't there for that keep jumping in the comments saying, "Oh, Brad's on camera now." I hope that continues next week or so.
It'll last about another week, and then they'll get used to it. But yeah, I just I try to stay away from the conversation because, like I said, I know just about what everybody around me thinks, and I either care or don't care. I think the people who go out of their way to voice their displeasure about somebody pursuing a hashtag or something like that, I think they're more of the problem than anybody else because you're the dog pursuing the car. Let that fucking car go and go on its way. So yeah. All right, what else we got here?
There's a moth that flew with me. I'm getting so bitten up for you guys tonight.
You could always go inside, Lomi. I mean,
no, I like to. Yeah. One again, it's going to be. I mean, I'm entering summer. It's going to start warming up, and so. And it's like I'm used to dealing with heat and humidity, so it's like I'm pretty other gnats are the only thing that really get to me. So
I'm used to dealing with heat, and then when it comes to
even now, it's like this year, it's like you've dealt more with the opposite.
Rain. All right, so let's go on to our musical topic. It is No Alternative. That was released in 1993. I'm 2 years off. This is when a lot of these bands weren't household names yet. My favorite song, Nirvana actually has a song on it, and I'm going to pull that song up.
Be right back. Actually, I'm gonna go to the bathroom real quick.
All right. All right. Oops. Hold on. Yep. Got to turn that off because I do not want to get kicked off. For me, this is a song called Verse, Chorus, Verse. It's not on any Nirvana album. It was only on this one. And here's some of the song. There's one of it right there. All right. No Alternative is an alternative rock compilation album produced by Paul Heck and Chris Mundy that was released in 1993. It was the third compilation put together by the Red Hot organization, a charity dedicated to raising money for the awareness of AIDS relief. This was back in 1993 where AIDS was still very much a death sentence. It would not get better until the mid to late 90s, and now we're at where we're at. The album features rock tracks cover versions from bands who went on to define the alternative rock scene in the 1990s. It was released with two different versions of album art. One of them was the one you see in my thumbnail. The other one is exactly like that, but it's a girl. Depicting a boy without the Nirvana song listed on the back notes, and the alternate version depicting a girl with some without Nirvana song listed on the back end. The Nirvana song is the one I put into the chat. A television special hosted by MTV and VHS Home Video was released featuring live performances. Okay, so some of the albums on there, Matthew Sweet, which is a big name back in the 90s. There's Marvin Gaye's Sexual Healing was done by a let's find out by Soul Asylum, a band I haven't heard from in a while, but they were the ones who did Runaway Train. I should have had all these songs pulled up. I have so many screens. Let's see. Pull it up because I remember this version. Soul Asylum, a band I haven't heard. Start talking to myself. I didn't mute myself here. Here we go. And I am putting that into the chat for you guys as well. Bam. All right, so other ones that were on this album were Hold On by Sarah McLachlan. That was before she got big, before she got Lilith Fair big. I actually got to see her in concert here before she exploded. Glennis by Billy Corgan. This is one of the things he was doing along with Smashing Pumpkins. You had Goo Goo Dolls. They did a cover song for the Rolling Stones song called Bitch. Take a Walk by Urge Overkill. Memorial Song. Patti Smith redid hers. Iris by the Breeders, another band I got to see. The BC Boys were on here with a song called This New Style. And like I said, this was 1993. BC Boys were already legends by that time. Smashing Pumpkins were becoming legends. Sarah McLachlan was virtually more of an unknown. Soul Asylum was pretty famous. That's when they had released 2 hits already. Runaway Train, Waiting by the Phone, Tell Me Somebody You Love Me. That song. Let's see. The Breeders were big because of the Pixies. Patti Smith was a legend. She'd been making movies for 100 years. Show Me, a Ben Shepherd song, was done by Soundgarden. So there was a lot of these bands. Now, and the Goo Goo Dolls were on here. The Goo Goo Dolls, before 1995, 1996, a lot of people didn't know who they were. You probably heard of a song called Name. That was the big one. And then a couple of years later, they would break open the world with Iris, which was from City of Angels. So a lot of these bands were putting this together. And like I said, it was weird because you look at this now, a lot of these guys are like legends in this field, but the rest of them were not. And they weren't at that time. And once again, people were buying this album, even if they didn't like the music on it, because it was at 1993, we finally started to fucking figure out that we need to stop treating people with AIDS as pariah and come up with a cure, because it could get any of us. Once the 80s was over and it wasn't just, oh, that guy got AIDS because he's gay. Yeah, that was always bullshit. But as we scientifically came to the reality, because there was a lot of people getting it. There was a lot of straight people getting it. And, Eazy-E got it in 3 weeks. He was dead. So,
oh, by the way, William, sorry, I just need to interject real quick because it's spreading. Phil's use that now. So try.
Anyway, so yeah, this album was important because of the fact it helped usher in the period after where grunge hadn't wound down yet. We didn't know next year that it would be over. And a lot of these groups would continue to become the staples of the 90s and still now. Goo Goo Dolls is still around now. Smashing Pumpkins is still around now. Patti Smith will never die. She's been around forever. Sarah McLachlan is just celebrating 30 years of fumbling toward ecstasy. I got to see her out here in 1994 at the Huntridge when it was open. Urge Overkill is a big band. Obviously, Marvin Gaye wrote some of these songs. He passed away when I was 10. But it was just it was a weird collection of music. And that, like I said, was one of those things like Temple of the Dog type of deal that just brought a lot of these people together. But it was for a cause. You don't see that anymore. Somebody point out in the chat, I don't see a lot of people getting together for causes anymore. I mean, I see a lot of people getting things together for political causes, which is fine. But as far as like making people's lives better type of cause, am I missing something, or is this just an era that's over?
Well, we're doing it. We're doing it for real AFSP.
Yeah, we're doing it, but we're doing it from a geek platform. But these musicians who have like millions of people following them, you used to see stuff like this all the time. There was one.
Well, we definitely have our chat as the cause of spreading Tra everywhere. So.
A non-existent term. For those of you who are going to watch this later on, I don't know what the fuck it means.
Yeah, I don't either.
Don't email us. Don't. I don't know. I'm telling you, I don't know. It's something that
just our chat just somehow it got misspelled and it took on a life of its own. Now it's like It's either Tra or, as Spidey points out, Floob or
Rorg or whatever.
Rorg. That's too. It's like our chat. They just make up words and they turn them into new like what's the? It's kind of like Bart Simpson, like don't have a cow, man. The equivalents or I caramba, our chat.
All right, what is something going on in the chat that I'm ignoring, or I don't see what's going on?
I think it's just a back and forth they're having with their Roman.
Okay, because I'm trying to be taken seriously, but no, this was a really kick-ass album because, like I said, those songs I put in there, that is probably one of my top 3 or 4. What's going on? You find me the Book of Cha. We'll reveal it on air. It doesn't exist. Ah, Jesus, even Aaron. Anyway, yeah, there's a lot of stuff that
I never said Tra's bad, Clint.
I just don't know what it is.
Yeah.
Anyway,
yeah. Let's William continue with the album of the week, please.
Yeah. So this is one of those albums that takes you back, and it's cross genre, and it was for a great cause. Like I said, even today, I'm around the corner from an organization that when we're at the Sci-Fi Center that does nothing but raise awareness and raise funds for AIDS medication. Because, like I said, even though we found ways to curb the death toll, it's expensive to do so. So there are organizations out there, but it's been a while since I've seen an actual, a group of musicians get together and say, because like I said, when I was a kid, we had Live Aid, we had Hand Across America, we had Farm Aid, we had all that stuff. And it was just natural to have that stuff. And people threw their names in it like this. And this is one of the last things that I remember where musicians or entertainers put themselves front and center, other than COVID. COVID, we had a lot of people raising, doing stuff like that, but as far as like something we could not escape COVID. Some of these ailments, people just could turn them. And that was the problem with AIDS, is that it was so easy, if it didn't affect your walk of life, to turn away from it until you couldn't, until it was somebody getting a blood transfusion, somebody just having unprotected sex because, the awareness wasn't there. They didn't have to be from any particular walk of life. And then it started, so other people other walks of life started dying. It didn't become a deal. But when it did, it was like, wow, okay, we got to fix this shit. But yeah, No Alternative was one of the last ones I can think of that was actually done for that type of cause, which is kind of weird when you figure it's easy, lend your song, lend your music to something like that, but it's just not done a lot. Okay, whatever's going on in the chat, guys, let's kind of keep it consistent with what we usually do here, because I don't know exactly what's going on because I'm only seeing pieces of it, but
let's keep it try, guys.
Yeah, I mean, well, just keep it civil and keep it, like I said, consistent with the tone that we worked.
We got our first. We also got our first blame Brad of the evening when I coughed. So.
Well, you're probably usually choking on a gnat. That's why.
No, I just coughed. Usually when I get my little mic thingy, my volume control here, and I flick it back on. Yeah,
I hear that sound all the time. I hear that sound on, and now once you told me what it was, I'm like, okay, that's cool. Now I know what it was when it was just happening, or like I said,
hear that click, yeah.
But like I said, my favorite thing is the woodpecker, when you're tapping. But now you told me you're doing journalism, so that makes sense. I'm like, but I thought there was a woodpecker there. Chasing
Murphy. Hear that?
Now I don't hear it. No.
Oh well, now I'm on my laptop now, so it's like whenever you hear that, I'm on my desktop.
Rat-tat. I think a lot of causes supported publicity are related to different stains of cancer. I agree. There's more important ones. Yeah. I mean, and a lot of it will be like, like people who will support breast cancer because they have a relative. Like I got a relative and that's good. But it used to be you saw the cause and you're disturbed. You're like, you didn't have to be directly affected by it. You just thought that was something that needed to be moved along in the right direction, and you did some shit. And then when I pulled this one up, it just hit me that a lot of that doesn't happen anymore. Maybe it's because we have social media and it's easier to do it that way. But I still think, like I said, well, how much money could we raise for FSB if anybody knew who the fuck I was? What we've done now is amazing, but like I said, I'm a YouTube nobody. Could you imagine if I was like a celebrity YouTube person? with like 50, 60, 70, 80, 90, 100,000 followers and a million views. Could you imagine what I could do with that kind of platform if, people knew who I was? So I always figure out, like you don't have to. It's not a law. Because like I said, I could understand why you wouldn't do an album or things for political reasons because it gets murky. But diseases and things like homeless, these are things that are undisputedly hurting people, and we used to do a better job about like, wow, let's get together. I mean, even if it's not our genre, I mean, somebody from our genre will buy it just because I'm on there, and that money goes to the pot. But yeah, No Alternative was special in that regard because it is one of the last ones, and the music on it is amazing. I gave you guys 2 samples. If I would love to hear what you think about it, especially some of the music that's not on their albums. Like a lot of this music on No Alternative is not on the Perspective album. Like Verse, Chorus, Verses, the one I put in there, that's not on a Nirvana album that I know of. So that's my musical recommendation for you guys. Let me know. I would like you guys to do a little bit more of letting me know about some of the topics that we talk about, even if it's just a suggestion, because I'm curious. I'm curious to see how these things affect you, because I know how they affect me. I know when I listen to this stuff and when I read this stuff, how it affects me. We're in a conversation now, so I want to know how it affects you. So that was the movie topic of the week. Let's hit the chat for a little bit more. Yeah. Let's skip whatever they're fighting over.
Okay, I'll just go straight to the Tra-ness, which Ruth had a winner right off the bat here on the Tra talk. I'm gonna get a Tra tattoo for the I hope we need to merchandise this. We need to call like the patent office and like merchandise Tra and just like have shirts and just like bumper stickers, and like we could have like a real are we looking to find somebody like attach it to the AFSP and dog shelter charities. It's like we could have like our own little kind of like a little locomotive here with turning Tra into part of the Side by Center brand.
I'm getting a Tra tattoo for the crack. Ruth, does that mean what I think that means? Does that mean where I think that means? I'm just asking a question.
I know women who have gotten tattoos in places that you would not expect. So. I've been asked around friends who have tattoos because I've been thinking about getting one for a couple of years now, and I've asked like how much does it cost or like what's free, and they always say it's like, well, it really does vary like on the size of the tattoo or the location or how elaborate it is. So but now you guys got me thinking I might do this. I might get the word Tra just tattooed on my arm. That might be my first tattoo is the word Tra, and I will show that. I will come on here and flex that.
Hold on, wait. No crack, I mean chat in England.
Okay.
Okay, because I'm like...
I was hoping that was a tattoo, yeah. Or is it a typo, yeah.
All right. William and topics are very informative. I learned things I didn't heard given a chance. Yeah, that's the whole point. That to me, thank you, Clint. That's the whole point, because that's how I got into some of the things that I'm into. And that's why I like other formats. And like I said, when I was a kid, the randomness of the entertainment that we got was just, you got what was out there and you just happened upon it. And some of the stuff you would have never even given a shot. Like I said, MTV changed the world for me. MTV changed the world for me because it put other genres in front of me that I didn't even know it existed. And I didn't even know why I wouldn't like them. You know what I mean? I'm not a country music fan per se, but there are certain country music artists that do songs that appeal to the pop nature that I can listen to. And I would have never heard those if it wasn't for the kind of mediums that I eventually started experimenting with. So good. That is my purpose.
Oh, Clint. Yeah, I remember when my family moved back stateside. When my dad retired and I graduated from high school, that was when the cicadas were coming out right at that time. We flew into Baltimore airport. We were coming back from Europe. So, and the cicadas, they were everywhere. They were all over the place. That was like July that year. So. I think it was my first time to see cicadas. They were big. I
was going to get somebody to ask me if I have a tattoo from the Army. I almost got one. When I got back from deployment, I had been set on getting a tattoo. I was going to get a tattoo of the Army and then the transportation logo, which is like, if you've ever seen the Detroit Red Wings logo, it's a wheel with wings. I was going to get that in the 43rd transportation because that's who I went. And that's something you can't undo. If I ever was going to get a tattoo, It will be something that's never going to change. It was going to be a status that was never going to change. And that time in war, that combat tour, that is something that's going to be with me forever. So I was there. I was sitting in a tattoo office in Tacoma, Washington, and I just chickened out. I don't know why. I just didn't want to commit to it being there forever, even though
because you knew the word "Tra" was going to come around eventually, and you had to save
I'm going to wait to
get tattoo there.
If Brad gets it tattooed, then I'll get it tattooed. Oh my goodness! They're
going to make this into a scary movie now. I know they're going to do this. They're going to hound me.
Are you going to get a scary movie tattoo?
Fuck no, I'm not going to get a scary movie tattoo.
Hey, how much money? Hey, if we get I'm just kidding. I think I align to most causes that funds go directly to the persons impacted by the issue, as opposed to organizations that do that. Cynicism of a nonprofit administration is a big reason. Yeah, because some people don't do the right things with the money, or certain percentages of the money don't go to where they need to go. Like when we talked to Mai yesterday, 87% of the money goes directly to the actual organization, and then the rest is administrative funds, which is like the way we said that's important, because administrative, you can't run the organization effectively without administrative function. So yeah, so now you guys are all talking about getting tattoos for each other. That's beautiful.
No, Spider-Man, not John Wick versus. Chad Stahelski, it was announced about a month or two ago that he had signed a first look deal with Lionsgate, where he's shepherding both John Wick and the Highlander franchises with them. So, which that obviously, I mean, you don't, in the case of John Wick, notwithstanding the ending of the fourth movie, you don't do that unless you have plans for more John Wick. So there you go. That's pretty heavy indication that John Wick Chapter 5 is on the cards. And we'll see where that goes. Excuse me, guys.
30K, Brad, get the scary movie tattoo. Now, no, I'm not saying you,
no,
but I'm thinking of how much that would help.
No. I've helped the world enough. Okay.
We don't. It's not saying where you get. You can get it between your toes. Nobody will ever see it. I mean, technically, you would be.
It's on my body. I have to see it every day, which means no.
You're gonna look at your toes every day like that. I mean,
I see my toes every day.
Yeah, but get it in between so that you look down and you don't necessarily see the.
I'll see them when I put on my socks.
30 grand. Just how many lives you're saving there. Come on, man.
Yeah, but how much but there's one I have. No, not gonna happen. Never gonna happen. No,
this might be a little bit too much. 30 to get a sleeve, dude. Get a sleeve of all of them and have the Roman numerals for all of them around there.
We're going to go to some of the more comments here. Phil says, if the movie opens 10 years in the future, it will be just a nightmare. Well, yeah, that is because he's talking about what I was saying earlier with breaking down the Justice League 2 stuff, and yeah, but again, the fact that it went from 5 years as from what's been revealed of the plan to now 10 years, it's that's very that's very intriguing to me. I mean, it just makes me more that much more, and I'm of two minds. I want to see what the updated version of that whiteboard says, but I also don't, because it's I want to see how he tweaked that for how he would do it now, but also it's you also have to figure as long as we don't see that, he's not spoiling anything, so maybe that's for a reason. Let's leave it at that. Yeah, but that is I think he even said too at one point, during when he was making the rounds, that because he had talked about, it might have been on Film Junkies channel, he talked about look at the version that's been released, look at that in the broad strokes, not necessarily the fine details. And he talked about JL2 would essentially, the bulk of it would be a nightmare movie at this point. So just stuff that adds to the legend of this whole thing.
All right, so
get a tattoo of Venom.
I put my life at risk with my platoon, my company, and my battalion, and I chickened out of getting a tattoo.
Yeah, you know who else did? You know who else did that, William? Eddie Brock.
Yeah, and so I am not gonna get a tattoo.
Eddie Brock.
Of any
Eddie Brock.
character.
Eddie Brock.
I copped out. Don't blame Ray. I copped out too.
Ray had one here too. I wanted to. Just kind of going.
Is Belle in here again? Where's Belle at? Here she goes. Here we go.
Why is she gonna tattoo me on his chest saying "bait off"?
That's kind of creepy for a guy to say that to another dude, man. Hello, Bell. Are you coming in the chat today when we drop the link? Or are you going to chicken again?
Are you going to come in the chat and witness the bane-off between myself and Vault? There can only be one bane on this.
There's probably going to be a lot of comments clipped tonight because you guys seem to be having your own conversation.
Yeah. Well, you guys. I mean, also because we, anytime we go kind of going on a monologue, breaking down anything, you guys in the chat are kind of giving your own thoughts in the chat, but it tends to like build up this huge backlog of comments. So,
where's your comment at? Fourth? Is Fourth said it? I don't see.
He has many comments. It's got something to do with me and Scary Movie. Reyes. I agree, Brad. I don't think it's required to share reasons why we don't like something, but it is a nice conversation to share thoughts around stuff if we want.
If you have the right people, who are not going to turn it into an act of war, then yes, like we should be able to talk about a whole bunch of a manner of things without thinking lesser of people. When you have a conversation like we're having, it's fine. But when you get on the internet, you start typing, and it just gets to the point where if you didn't like a certain movie, like most of you guys love Nolan movies. You love the Nolan trilogy. I've already told you what I think about it. I think it's overrated. I think the Nolan trilogy is Heath Ledger for me. That's it. I don't watch Batman Begins over again. I don't like The Dark Knight Rises. But if you like it and you can give me your reasons of why you like it, and that's fine. But you don't have to. You just saying you liked it, it was for you, that's all I need. Now, as we have an advanced conversation, we can break it down. And as long as we have a civil conversation, like I can tell you why I don't like it. I don't like Nolan's pacing. I don't a lot of the things he does with his movies just turns me off. And then you can go ahead and say, well, I love this, that, and the character development. And that's fine. And there's like a lot of people who, when you watch like a Michael Mann movie or like that, there's a lot of people who don't necessarily like Michael Mann. I enjoy Michael Mann. But if we can have a conversation about what I like about Michael Mann and what turns you off, and we are still, not spitting at each other, that's the way it should be. But a lot of times, like I said, you just can't not like somebody or like something for legitimate reasons without somebody wanting to knife you. I mean, or figuratively knife you. I mean, movies are subjective.
Yes, sir. I just swat a bunch of gnats there.
Every single movie or song is going to hit every single person in its own way. So you really can't discount somebody's opinion about any of those things because you can't live that for them. That's why I try to put out stuff that entertains me or that intrigues me, and I want to see what you guys think of some of the stuff I've read in my lifetime. I want to see, I want to hear what how some of the stuff I've listened to in my lifetime affects you. To me, that's what, because music and these things are immortal. So they take on different shape and forms and aura from one person to another, and that's okay. But we don't seem to be able to handle that in this atmosphere, especially online, on Twitters and everything else. It's like, you like Rebel Moon, you're a fucking idiot. Oh, you don't like Rebel Moon, you're an asshole. No, you have 100% legitimate reasons of not liking Rebel Moon, as many as I do for having a ball with it. But that's where movie talk has gotten. It's become gang warfare, and I'm hoping, to being the YouTube nobody that I am, I hope we affect it in a different way. I don't want you to tell me that you like something that you don't like or agree with me out of nowhere, because I'm not going to do the same for you. Well, we should be able to coexist with that, right? I mean, damn, I didn't think that was that hard.
No. Actually, something I thought I'd highlight a little bit here too. Spidey says, Phil, you don't want to see 66 Batfleck completely obliterate King Tut. And he responds, no, I have no ideas for Batfleck. Oh, please share, man. You got anything for Batfleck? Oh, please. Love to hear, man. I think you might have said something when I think you might have been on here or when I was on the Four Nerds. Did you say something with him relating to the Lazarus pit? Yeah, repeat that again if you did. I remember you saying something about that. So, yeah, please share your ideas, man. What else you guys got in the chat for us? And I'm only pulling up the Tra comments. And by that, I mean Tra comments that are good, not comments that are non-Tra. Aaron says it seems like a very important album.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, at the time it was, because remember, we weren't where we were at with age by the time, and the music was just breaking. We look at these names now, and like I said, they are legendary. But in 1993, it was so new. In all the mediums and the radio stations, even MTV were still figuring out a way to exploit it. You know, so it was a different time. Now it's way different. But remember, grunge music wasn't just music; it was an entire. It was like a declaration of Generation X at that time, because of it was coming of age, and when you look at where Generation X is in societies right now, those are your next senators, those are your next CEOs, those are your next chairman of the boards. So this is the generation. This is what they were listening to. Now they're going to be very, some of the most important people in the world are going to be Generation Xers. Once the boomers, once the baby boomer generation retires and goes away, it's us now. And then you have the millennials and you have everybody. So these are turning points that are part of their, their upbringing. That's very important. No, I do not. Remember, I explained the
I don't have any either.
I almost got one. I almost got one for 83rd Transportation Unit for those of you who are out there that served with me. 7th Transportation. I was going to, because like I said, once you deploy with somebody, once you go through that experience with somebody, that's they're with you. Whether you see them every day, you're 1%, even amongst the 1% that's ever going to ever join the military out of the entire existence of the country. The entire time we've been a country, only 1% of its population has ever put on a uniform. All right. And of those percentages, only 30% have ever served in a combat theater. Because remember, after Vietnam, we didn't have wars. We had Desert Shield, but that was over in like 16
years.
Yeah,
it was a military operation, but I mean, it's like,
it wasn't really a war.
All respect, but we kicked Saddam's ass in about 5 minutes.
So if you figure from 1973, 1974, 75, and up till 2003, we had an entire 2.5 decades without war. So a lot of people were going through the military and retiring without ever getting a combat patch, what we call it in the Army.
Yeah.
Or they were just now, like they were at retirement age and they got stop lost. We had guys that were majors and colonels that had never deployed before because there was no war to fight. Even now, we're not in a lot of the places that we are. So 1% of the entire population that's ever put on a uniform, you're part of that. And then you're part of you take that 1% and cut it 30%. So you're in a small, unique brotherhood that no matter where you are at, you run into a guy. I ran into a guy tonight because I had my vet hat on. No, we don't know. I don't know who that guy is. Some random dude, 2 random dudes at a wrestling event running into each other, talking about what tour we did. But we can do that because there's no it's a conversation that only we can have with each other, no matter who we are and how long we know each other. It's a very unique conversation. So I was really close to getting that tattoo based on that. And then I just heard those chicken feet and the chicken wings. And I'm like, I just couldn't commit. I sort of regret it because like I said, it like, once again, here I am talking about it because it's never going to go away. So if I have kids, I will do the footprints on the kids and the names like that, because these are things that are never going to leave you. No girls. I'm not going to get like, so-and-so, and then you divorce her and you got to put like a damn lion or some shit over it. But your kids are always going to be your kids. I know a lot of people get their dogs, even if their dogs have passed, they put their dogs in memoriam, because that's always going to be a part of your life. And war, those things like that are always going to be a part of it. So who knows if I ever get one, but that I was at the tattoo parlor in Tacoma, Washington, just outside of Fort Lewis, Washington, thinking about getting it. So
Phil, I just made me laugh. Country music is dookie. Okay.
In general, here's the thing. I also worked at Walmart too. That's another thing. When I was working at Walmart as receiving manager, I was the guy who pulled out the pallets, and Walmart would play the same music over and over again. They played everything, and some of those songs stuck with me, man. There's a woman, I probably don't know who she is, probably no need to, Mary Chapin Carpenter. They would play her songs over the intercom, and some of them caught on me. Now, did I go get a 12-gallon hat or whatever and some boots and spurs? And no, but there are certain artists that produce music that crosses over into other genres that's kind of catchy. And like Taylor Swift started out as a country performer, if I'm correct. So I'm not. I will never exclude an entire music genre because there might be that one or two songs I'm like, that sounds kind of cool, But there you go. But that's why I like the radio. That's why I like MTV. That's why, because there are certain atmospheres where if I just listen to what demographically I'm supposed to, look how much music I would have missed out on. Can you imagine what kind of an asshole? I mean, I'm already an asshole. Could you imagine what kind of an asshole I would be, or what kind of just unseasoned person I would be if I didn't have some of the music that I just randomly walked into? So most of which you guys see me feature on this channel. So thank goodness I was where I was at when I was there. All right. Here we go with an old joke again, even though fourth is not that far behind me. William was shot down in Vietnam. The VC turned him over safely because he couldn't stop talking about his mythical persona culture. Damn, yeah, because they'd probably be wondering what's with the shirt, and I'd have to explain to them. 30 years from now, there's going to be this movie, and I'm going to promote it.
Fourth says he's turning 25 in 5 months after you turned 44, like a month ago.
That's about to say, dude. What did you? Is this an alternate universe? I told you to come back, Bill. Yeah, you need to come back. Like I said, the internet and YouTube has not met its F-bomb quota since you left. Because every other word she's like, fuck, yeah. I'm like, I told her she should play a drinking game every time she drops the F-bomb. She does
Rev?
Yeah. Oh, let's see. All right, we're going to so we've already caught up. So we've covered a lot of ground today. This is bad when we cover all our topics in a orderly fashion, because that means when it's time to open up the cage and let the rats out, you guys. That's even
especially people
who
are seeing me for the first time on camera tonight.
Yeah, they're gonna be like,
oh, really? You think so, Droga? You think I can play the crow? Yeah, compliment, I guess. I'll take it.
Too big. Let's see. Oh, did I say that out loud? I'm sorry. Just kidding. I'm telling you, William, you'd be a legend if you called in an airstrike. And
said
I
Shazam.
Actually got it. Yeah, no, Shazam. I actually, because I was in, we did training. Every when you're there, when you have some dead time, when you're traveling through, there's certain training areas that are not your MOS, but sometimes they have extra rounds. Sometimes, because you don't like when you're out in ranges. You don't want to take any rounds back. You don't want to take live rounds back. You don't want to take shit back because it's a pain in the ass. So they will tell you, hey, you want to do some shooting? And I'm like, yeah. So I got to operate some cool weapons that, like I said, I had no business operating, but they were fucking cool. And then we got to call in. We had the little laser finders and stuff, the range, and when they, and the air units, the Air National Guard units, they would be out there training, and they would need to train in targets and everything. Also, we would do the coordinates, and when you got 8-digit coordinates, I mean, you do it right, and you couldn't kick the number. They would have control over it, but they would tell you if it was a good hit or not. So we would aim it, and it would give us the coordinates, and then we would rate it back in a certain way. You had to do it. And then you would see them fire at it, and it would be cool because they would take good hit. Like I said, we were transportation. We weren't doing it all the time. But like I said, every now and then you would come across another serviceman that's doing cool shit. And he'd be like, hey, can we play with this? And they'd look around and they said, like I said, a lot of it's when we had to go to the range because there's a range out in the Middle East. You still had to keep your, but it wasn't just our M16. They had all kinds of shit, dude. They had AK. Well, I got to fire an AK. That would have been, I can see why people love the AK. Accuracy, it sucks. But it can survive anything. You could run that thing over with a tank. So no, I actually had to. I got a chance
spotting more gnats there.
Yeah, I got a chance to call in a fake airstrike, but it was still fun. Hello, RJ. You didn't miss much. I talked about wrestling earlier on. I talked because I went to a TNA pay-per-view, and I got to meet Moose, the reigning champion. The only belt that I have that is actually an active belt that's currently being used by a promotion is this one right here, and I got it signed by its current champion. There's only been 2 people to hold this version of the belt. One of them is no longer with the company. Alex Shelley was the only other one. So Moose. So if Nick Nemeth, aka Dolph Ziggler, had won it, I would have probably had to get his on here somewhere, but because he's there. But yeah. Like I said, when I'm not the only nerd with a belt when I go to these events. Like when I go to these, I mean, there's a good 10, 15 people that had belts. I was the only one that got hassled by TNA though. Trying to
Oh god, look at this. Brad's gonna need a beekeeper. Yeah, you might be right because they're.
That's what I told him. I told him he's gonna have to have the thing.
Yeah. And Vince said,
or just go inside.
I told him to get a dish with either vinegar or sugar. I can't remember which about.
Oh yeah, that's a big difference. Dude.
Oh, I'm sure. I'm sure sugar would be massively helpful for the gnats. Yeah.
Yeah, bring in flies and roaches. Oh, speaking of wrestling, so we have AEW Dynamite, not Dynamite. Oh shit, AEW Dynasty tomorrow, which be aside from all the bullshit.
Sorry, hearing an owl out there trying to.
Okay, dude, are you in a fucking reserve or something? Are you gonna?
No,
it's like a moose. You're gonna get trampled by a moose. That's gonna be funny. It's just a camera turned over.
Yeah,
Brad.
For some reason, I'm just hearing owls that decided to come out tonight.
See, I am a protectioner of the great indoors. When I start hearing animals, William goes inside because most animals can see at night, and you're easy meal. What you got? Bears,
dogs out here, yeah.
What do you got out there?
But Murphy.
Oh yeah. Murphy will protect you.
Yes,
to an extent. Even the dog's gonna be like, "Hey, Brad, we gotta go, man."
Yeah.
If you see the dog running, you need to be behind the dog. The dog is telling you need to get behind me, Brad. This is me saving you.
Let me check let me check him real quick. See if he's run off.
He's probably got a squirrel or an owl right now. That's why probably why he's been so quiet. All right, guys. AEW Dynasty. This is going to cap off my wrestling weekend. This is, like I said, all the noise, all the goofy noise that Tony Khan has been making, with the whole footage and shit like that. It doesn't take away from the fact that I'm going to see Will Ospreay going up against Bryan Danielson. I'm going to see Samoa Joe going up against Swerve Strickland, and Swerve might win that match. I don't know what Mercedes Moné is going to be doing. She needs to get in the ring. It's been a while. Will Ospreay, like I said, going up against like I said that, and then you have FTR going up against the Young Bucks. Every time those gentlemen get in the ring, regardless of what the nonsense that they've been doing, it's a top-notch match. Every match on this card is a top-notch match. Some of the earlier ones, the ones I'll probably skip, like the opening shows. You know how they do the countdown. I usually even do other shit. But I got the Acclaim. I forgot they were even a thing. And Billy Gunn versus Bullet Club Gold. I think that they are going to merge those titles. I think the Guns are going to win those titles. I think Billy Gunn's going to turn on somebody. Or somebody's going to turn on somebody. Trent Beretta and Matt Sydal, that's a match that I'll probably be helping customers with because I'm going to be watching this from the store. Orange Cassidy and Katsuya Shibata versus Shane Taylor Promotions, Shane Taylor and Leo Moriarty. I wish they would have put Orange Cassidy higher up in the card, but that match will be entertaining, but it's not going to captivate me. But it could still be a 4-star match. It's just not as good as the other 4-star matches.
Real quick, I just RJ. No, I just take it out back on a Saturday night. So that's the only time I really go outside with these. But any other time you see me stream, it's like I'm going to be in my room. So it's just on Saturdays.
So what is it about Saturday nights that makes it out?
It's just the weekend. I just relax a bit with it.
Everybody's working for. All right.
Brad said he gets so many girls they call him the beekeeper.
Hey.
Okay.
Brad could be a Mac. We've never even talked. Brad could be like a Mac right now. He could be like, you know what? I can't stream tonight. These women, you know.
Well, I mean, that's not going to happen if these gnats won't leave me the hell alone.
Oh, you go inside. Adam Copeland, who is older than me and better shape than me. Eddie Kingston and Mark Briscoe versus the House of Black, which should be a good match. Everybody involved in that match, including 500-year-old Adam Copeland, who could still work, man. I mean, he's in great condition, so that's going to be a good match. Hook versus Chris Jericho. It's the FTW Championship, the non-existent Fuck the World Championship. This match probably will be good. I just don't care about it. I know it's Chris Jericho trying to put over Hook and get him to that next level. But it's like, okay. Roderick Strong versus Kyle O'Reilly. That's going to be a really good match. Roderick Strong's underrated because he does more talking than wrestling. Julia Hart versus Willow Nightingale. I actually think Willow Nightingale is going to win this, and she's going to be who Mercedes Moné takes on for the title. Okada versus Pac. This may be the best match of the night. Pac is an absolute maniac, has no regard for his body. He's one of the most athletic performers. He's like 4'11", and he can still work. And obviously, you guys, if you watch the show, if you know me at all, you know how I think the world of Kushida Okada. I think he's one of the top 3 or 4 best wrestlers in the world. And this match is going to be great. Other candidate for match of the night, the Young Bucks versus FTR. There is no such thing as a bad FTR tag team match. There is no such thing as a bad Young Bucks tag team match. So I have 2 of the best tag teams in the world who put on legendary matches every time they get in the ring. This is their rubber match. It'll be great. Toni Storm versus Mariah May. With Mariah May versus Thunder Rosa. This one ought to be entertaining. I don't know if I'll sit down and watch it. Will Ospreay versus Bryan Danielson, another 4-star match that I've waited for a long time. That might steal the show. And then Samoa Joe versus Swerve Strickland. This is a really, really strong card. This is a really strong card. And to be honest with you, when you have cards like this, you really don't need a lot of the bullshit. Like I said, I don't think the stuff that they pulled is going to devastate them. But at the same time, you look ridiculous right now, by the way.
Oh yeah, well, I mean, it's while I'm not talking, it's like some Nat defense here.
What was I saying?
Something about the card.
Yeah. I mean, while I don't think any of the goofiness will hurt the card, it does. When you have cards like this, you don't need a lot of the stuff. And I really hope that he gets somebody in there that tells him, you know what you got here, buddy. Turn your head towards this way. So and I think this card is going to be. They don't put on bad pay-per-views. I haven't. I very rarely I report on TNA bad pay-per-views. By the way, did you see the Saturday Night Live skit last week?
Yes, I did. I finally saw that. That was hilarious.
Oh my god, that
was
was
so hilarious.
Funny. It's got like 10 million views, dude.
Yeah, well, it's because it's funny.
When she turns around and looks like Mikey Day. I mean, it was funny when she was looking at she
turned around. Well, she couldn't keep it in. She just did what I just did. She just turns around and she's doing that.
She puts her hand up and she just starts laughing for an extended amount of time. But Keenan Thompson did not break character at all. He's like,
I could have done that.
See, now they're just trolling because Cornholio is from the cartoon. He gets sugar in him and he becomes Cornholio.
Oh, and then she sends one of them over to the other side and then sends the other one. And they sit next to each other. So they're looking like I do right now. And he looks over and says, I can't do this with Beavis and Butthead sitting over there.
He's like, y'all put them together? They're sitting just like they do on the show.
And they play God. They both play it straight because they're not actually Beavis and Butthead. There's 2 guys who look like them. And they're completely oblivious to how much they look like them. So,
but it was funny because even Ryan Gosling broke in the opening. The opening. Okay, he broke when what's her face? Kate McKinnon was doing the UFO thing. He lost it then, and the show had just started, and it's live television. But when he's like, I don't know, I've heard the rumblings, and he's trying to say it straight. And
are you sure we can't play that? Because that's
I'm 100%.
If you guys haven't seen that skit, look it up because that skit had me. Here,
hold on. I'm going to put it. If you guys haven't seen it, I'm going to put it in the chat.
That skit's one of the funniest ones they've had in a long time on SNL.
It's the funniest. Yeah, it's the funniest one since they had Dave Chappelle on there and Pete Davidson was playing Count Jocula, and he wasn't Dave Chappelle. Hold on, I got to turn it down. Dave Chappelle wasn't even attempting to not break character. He's Dave Chappelle. So, but Heidi Gardner she's usually on point. So it's in the chat for those of you who hadn't had a chance to watch it. But
I turned it to Bane, or do you think I turned it to Bane? I turned it to Cornholio.
I'm going to.
It's
going to be awful silent around here once I ban those 2 words.
Are you threatening me?
Yeah, I am. But no, when Heidi Gardner turned around, because I guess she hadn't seen the mouth prosthesis that he had on, and she saw it and she just lost it and she turns around. Yeah, but she's been on the show for like 7 years. I mean, she's a pro, and for her to do it,
for that to get her, it's like, and you could, it's clear as day. You can see when it happens that sees turns around because I mean the makeup, the hair, the wardrobe, everything they do. It's like they make these guys look like real life Beavis and Butthead. So like she turns around, sees him, and I mean, it just hits her like a punch in the face. like oh, like this is like she turns like, and that I mean that's her reaction if you haven't seen it. So
yeah, it's hilarious. Like I said, I mean it's gotten a lot of views. William, you can probably pick up some of the hot milfs at the hoedown. Wink, wink. Oh, yeah, hey, get them where you can get them. I guess.
Yeah. William's got a score.
Yeah, at a country square bar, wouldn't that'd be hilarious? That's where I meet my wife. Let's see.
I'm gonna say like this for
if she's not wrestling, it better be because she's not medically cleared. But damn, that's a long ass time.
God, nuts.
Hey man, come back home, man. The language is still it's waiting for you to come back, Phil.
Yeah. Let's see. Venus and Banehead.
Whatever. Yeah, there is too many. I mean, like I said, some of those first 3 or 4 matches I could do without.
Somebody's gonna freeze frame this image. I know it.
I know it's probably somebody already has. That's not on Swerve either. By the way, you guys are years and years away from that kind of consistency when it comes to AEW.
Okay, back to normal here.
So I when I hear people say, "Well, oh, Tony couldn't even draw with those and this and that with these people," I'm like, that's not the way it works all the time, guys. Consistency over time is what gets you people. The AEW is going to be fine. Swerve is it would be a good choice for a champion.
Yeah, but I'd hold you. I need to pick up from alcohol. Are you threatening me? I will not wait.
I can't do it, man. I got that. I got the Good Burger jokes. I got the Bane stuff, and he's just becoming something's happened to Brad. We may lose Brad if he continues to mentally deteriorate. And now you can see him, so you can see his facial expressions, and it's like even more of it.
I'm sorry, what was all ridiculous.
That? Yeah. Let's see. Both can exist. William loves wrestling, so do a lot of other regulars here. You really don't need to go out of your way to let us know everything. Who's he talking about?
I'm not sure.
Oh, yeah. I just wish HEW would tell more stories that make me invested in their matches. You're never going to get that. You're never, and I don't want that. I don't want that. That's I have a federation that kind of does that in abundance, and their matches aren't always that good. I don't want AEW to become something else. I like the story being told with the matches for the most part. And I think, we'll make adjustments where you need to, but I really don't want them to make a hard shift because, to be honest with you, for the most part, it's working more than it isn't. And I don't want them to be WWE. I have WWE and I can barely watch that. So,
doesn't Keenan Thompson, don't forget Keenan Thompson been trained since he was a child. Yeah. On Nickelodeon is all that, which had, what did it have on it? It had sketches like vital information.
I think the gnats got him. Can gnats eat human beings whole?
Anyway, it also has sketches like what was the Pierre Escargot. It's like speaking French. It had sketches like what was that other one they had on? There's one on all that was very good that I can't remember. And I think they made a movie about it. They made 2 of them actually. That had Keenan killing it.
He's also been on the show for almost 15.
Yeah, I think he's actually the longest running cast member they have, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah.
So he's been. I think he's the longest tenure.
Although really, it's like I think I don't know. I think if you asked him, probably he might even say it's like, yeah, I stopped myself by like that much from breaking it because this sketch is so hilarious.
That's not a deal breaker. It helps. It increases the, it increases the odds. So, all right. On that note, we're going to move into the comic book story.
Oh, yes.
The comic book recommendation. And where do I got it? All right. Uncanny Xmen 200. Uncanny Xmen 200. This is probably, in my opinion, one of these. This Fatal Attractions and then some of the intermediate stuff in X-Men 260s and 70s.
Yeah, he's just running off, having fun.
Oh, your dog? Okay.
Yeah. Just heard him just doing the.
He's got that out. I bet you that out.
Yeah, playing with a toy. No, he's not out. He's just playing with a toy and just going to town on it.
All right, Trial of Magneto. This happened in the mid 80s, 85, 86. It was written by Chris Claremont. Obviously, John Romita Jr. This is that John Romita Jr. is one of his heights. And Nocenti was editor. And it's literally called The Trial of Magneto. This was a situation where you had all the other Earth's heroes and the government, anti-mutant government. Everybody was coming after Magneto for obvious reasons, because it's what,
Because he's Magneto, basically.
He's Magneto, what he's done. This story is the first story, in my opinion, where you get an in-depth look at Magneto to the point where you finally start to, I don't know if rationalize, understand what his motives. Even though he said them over and over again, Chris Claremont does it a little bit differently here, to where it's put in a trial format to where he basically freely admits, he's like, I'm the reason why a lot of you fear mutant kind. And then he explains his motives and why, and then you get some backstory of, kind of a history lesson of Magneto, but not the one we know, not the one we've gotten, the supervillain. This was the first story, in my opinion, where he is relatable as a human, as someone who has been through stuff. That is, even though you knew the origins, you knew the camps, you knew everything else, but Chris Claremont does something here that wasn't done in the previous issues. As far as like, this is the first time, in my opinion, X-Men 200 is when they put they put the viewer from his point of view. It's like, what would you do? How would you behave? What would you exploit if it meant saving your kind? He freely admits in here that he became the big bad wolf to keep everything away that would fear a wolf. He openly admits that I did things because that's what humankind responds to. Humankind responds to fear and violence throughout the history of man, intimidation, threats. And he has no problem with those things because of it's for the greater good. But at the same time, he gets some unusual defenders because in the X-Men and in the New Mutants, even though Magneto has been a foe, in the macro, he's trying to save them. And in this very issue, you see some of the absolute shitheads that they would be left to defend themselves against. So that's where in this issue there becomes an understanding to whereas, okay, yeah, dude, you're awful, but so are these guys, and the people who are putting you on trial are people who want to put us ultimately in internment camps. Those people when they get their way, you have a story called Days of Future Past. So yeah, Magneto is just an awful human being. But whose motives do you trust at this point? And it creates a gray area situation to be like, we want to be, we're fighting for humankind, but this humankind is under the governments and under the rule of people who want to see us wiped from the face of the earth. So it's a tough. And Chris Claremont did the mutant human coexistence better than anybody. I don't think anybody's done it as well since, even Hickman with his new stuff. Chris Claremont, especially during this era, during the mid 80s, because this was a year before the Mutant Massacre. He would write stories like this that put the screws to mutant kind and let every disenfranchised person know that I'm talking to you. Black folks at the time, I'm talking to you. Jewish people, I'm talking to you. Gay people, to a certain extent, anybody that was out on the fringes that had to coexist in society with the fear of being attacked or wiped out. If there were anybody, some kind of savior that would have came up, they would have probably, rallied around that by. And now in Fatal Attractions, a lot of this stuff is revisited because even Colossus, who was a stalwart amongst Xavier students, gets a moment of crisis to where Magneto's reasoning starts to get get to him. So, but this is where a lot of that story began. And I brought this up because I said a lot of you X-Men 97 guys, or like I said, you think that the first time was that cartoon, but no, this is that costume. And that costume was a visual choice that they made because you couldn't take Magneto seriously as anything but a villain when he had the bucket with the horns on it. You just couldn't, because that's what he did all his damage in. So when you see his face, when you see him as a human being instead of some eyes and a shadow in the bucket, it humanizes him. He's one of us. He's a human that has been pushed to think that he needs to do that. So it's a lot more complex than Evil Mutant. Here you go. So this storyline does that. The art in it, I think, for its time was great. Right? This was peak John Romita Jr. He was doing X-Men. He was doing Daredevil. Him and Ann Nocenti, who was the editor of this one, he worked a lot with her, and this is him at his best. Some of these panels are just beautiful. This is when we were using, by the way, real paper. We weren't using the gloss format, so the colors bled out differently than they do on the gloss stock. But this is when X-Men was about to break it. This is one of those stories that made X-Men, it was already the top comic around that area. 85, 86 put X-Men on top until the next decade. Okay, William, we both know Hickman was robbed on X-Men. Then he was cursed with the American Curse storyline. They shouldn't have dropped him. That's a tough one because I can see it both ways, but I could see where that would be I kind of enjoyed the stuff. The unending the Crow is coming to an end, so I don't know. So there's your comic book story. How long have we been on here? We're at 2 hours and 32 minutes. There you go. Brad farted. Okay. There you go.
When I had my shirt up, yeah. Aaron says Magneto's a complex character. Yes, he is. He absolutely is.
Yeah, and especially if he's written correctly. If he's written correctly, he's even more. Oh Lord, he's even more complex. As somebody with his background would be if somebody realistically came from that background, because he's from a group that was nearly wiped out, and now his powers make him a group that's facing those same things. So here we go. Why should I care about Bryan Danielson fighting Will Spray outside of it being a dream match? If you don't tell stories, there's no reason. I'm watching it. Been watching it. Wrestling. I don't always need that. Sometimes the two best wrestlers in the world coming to blows is there. You also have the Blackpool. You also have the Don Callis family doing their thing, and you also have the Blackpool people doing their thing. But I don't need it. I'm buying this pay-per-view tomorrow. I'm watching it, and I don't need all that all the time. Sometimes I do, but not all the time. With AEW has a fan base that's what they care about. We care about the matches, Now, if you've been groomed and watched up on WWE, that's the kind of style that you prefer. That's cool. There's nothing wrong with that. But just because that's the way some federations and promotions do it doesn't mean that I need to have a long story. Sometimes, yes, it's needed. I don't agree. I don't think it's needed here, but that's just wrestling fan. They can do it, but like I said, it's not every match needs to be inundated with, the Book of Revelations. Okay. I read Lethal Protector when it came out. Had a nice shiny red cover. So all right, so the main heart of this one is X-Men 200. It was reprinted in Classic X-Men 104. Let's see. I had some reference numbers. Hold on, let me see if I can trim my list up. those are the two major ones. This came out December, but every issue after that though dealt with it because he would literally come to live in that mansion. Hold on. Ah, shit. I'll give you a bibliography. Because I have straight paperback for it. I know it carried over in the New Mutants because he was introduced as their headmaster. Let's see. Hold on. Should have bought this. Let's see. All right, so New Mutants Annual number 1, Uncanny X-Men Annual Volume 1 number 9, Uncanny X-Men 161. Because the Von Strucker twins are in here and they're trying to frame the X-Men for something that they did, and this is when it comes about. And also when they meet with the Starjammer, so X-Men Uncanny X-Men 156. That's some of the stuff that's loosely referenced to when you get to this point, and then Magneto being turned into an infant by the alien and brought back to adulthood. So that's the only ones I have right now. Let's see. Uncanny X-Men 199. Uncanny X-Men 201. New Mutants number 35. So those are some of the ones that loosely, but the story comes ahead in 200. I don't know what that Brad must be seriously dealing with some shit. Let's see. I think I covered all of our I think it's going to be time to let you crazy people. William, we both know Hickman was. Oh yeah, okay, he did that already. Wow, I'm really behind. All right, well, we're gonna do the regrettable.
Back in the nick of time, I guess. Oh, Ruth is can't wait. Oh, neither can Rhea.
Oh Lord.
Are you guys gonna jump on?
Belle, come on in. I know you're there. There you go.
All right. Anal time. Here we go. What you guys got? What you guys got?
This is always the scariest moment of the night because you don't know who the fuck is gonna jump into it. You're looking at the backstage and like, oh shit, yep.
Oh, here we already got Clint and RJ.
These two shitheads. No, I'm just kidding. Hey, how you guys doing?
Hello, guys.
Hello.
Hello, Clint.
What's up?
Yeah, Clint decided to depart a little bit early tonight. Yeah, and how's it going, Phil?
What's going on, Philip?
Look at that.
Yeah, he's looking at it like it's like, yes, I told you
Look at
guys.
that. Look at
It's
that.
normalization.
Look who it is. It's your fault, Blad. Blame Brad.
Oh, yeah. Whatever it is.
We get kicked off the internet.
Whatever it is, a lot of times it's all my fault. So on that.
Nice.
Spidey,
Nice to officially make your acquaintance, sir.
Oh yeah, we.
Hey William, I kind of I don't want to get too far off the Magneto thing or the Hickman thing. So I agree with kind of the same thing you're thinking of. All my point is they should have let him finish the storyline he had on X-Men because the Krakoa storyline just kept going and going and going and going. And I'm glad he's on Ultimate right now, but I mean, it would have been great for him to be able to finish X-Men after he did Fantastic Four and Avengers. You know what I'm saying?
They deemed him more important for the Ultimates than they did on X-Men. They figured that run was coming to some kind of an end.
Man, they should have just gave him 6 more months, 5 more months, or 4 more months, or 6 more months, and he would have been.
Yeah. Plus, I think a lot of it is that he really wants to do Ultimates. I mean,
yeah. Well, he's killing it over there on Spider-Man, so I'm not even mad. So, but how's it going, everyone?
Hello.
It's going. It's going really good.
Wee. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, somebody's is become a botanist tonight.
Botanist. Jesus.
Horticulturist.
I might as well be with like how many gnats I've had to fend off tonight. Well, they are they seem to be kind of finally cooling down now.
We should just
Were
call
you bathing in like raw hamburger or something today, Brad? What's with all the gnats, dude?
No, it's just this is that time of year where they finally just started.
What part of the country are you located in?
I just tell people I kind of keep this specific. I just live in the South though, so we deal with gnats. But I mean,
think
you
you're
know,
being technical, so you live in Delaware. Like you're technically in the South.
yeah, you got me. I'm out.
We're trying to dox him, Chief. Jesus Christ.
No, well, and the thing about it is, I mean, this time of year, of course, definitely, and I definitely, like I said, I come out here. I take it out on the porch Saturday night.
Brad's got to worry about the pythons.
I got to worry about what?
The pythons.
What about them?
They're everywhere in South.
Oh, okay. I haven't seen them yet, but okay.
Them gators too.
Bear.
I've seen a few.
Yeah,
They're trying to slip you up to give up your location. So
I know where he lives, so I
Those
don't even have to
Delaware
worry
gators
about
are
it.
crazy this time of year, right, Brad?
Well, here's and also this time because yeah, like I said, Saturday nights I take it out on the back porch to stream, but let me turn YouTube off because I usually play music in the background and will be distracted while I'm trying to talk. But yeah, I'm also gonna embrace myself for we're heading into the summer. We deal not just with heat but humidity, so there's plenty of if you guys see me, I actually might, now that I'm on camera, I might keep it in. Yeah, I'll wait whether or not I'm gonna do that, because you'd see me last year, like we would come in. I would go inside after streaming on Saturday night, and I would look like I was just coming out of the gym because it's nights, feels like day. It feels like a 90-degree day.
Gets very hot.
Oh yeah.
Oh, Vegas at night during the middle of the summer.
Well, apparently not this year for William.
It is cool to a balmy 103 degrees.
Yeah, we're reaching our streak where we shouldn't have what we had. We should be rain free for the most part until the monsoon hits.
Well, you should have been rain free the first time.
That's true.
Only 90 degrees.
Oh, it rained a little, William. You're just making bullshit.
Do you have something, RJ?
No, saying they need the rain though. Lake Mead's dying.
Oh no! Fuck all of you guys who tell me we need the rain. I don't need what we got.
Fuck like me in the ecosystems if William doesn't want a little bit of rain, everybody, I guess, right?
I should move to where William lives because I want rain. I hate California.
Go to Portlandia. You can go to Seattle. Go to Washington. Go to the places that are built for rain. You come here, the rain we get. This place was not built for it, so you're gonna have some fun.
Las Vegas drivers, they see a little bit of rain and they lose their minds and they can't drive suddenly.
And here
it's the same way
out here.
I am mighty. Like I mentioned earlier, yeah, I do. I take it out on just Saturday nights. I just chill out with the stream more, so I take it out on the back porch. But yeah, pretty much any other time you guys see me stream out, I'm just in my room in front of my desktop. So.
Hey, William, Ruth wants to know what you got going for next week's watch party, and then
Brad's mates.
Rhea, how's it going, Rhea?
Rhea?
Good evening, y'all, or good morning.
Yeah, no Mimi Q tonight.
Oh yeah, no. Oh, here they are. They're just.
Where's the floppy hat? I want the floppy hat.
There you go.
Oh,
That's her dead skin.
I'm not the only one who likes Pokemon.
The floppy Gilligan hat.
My nephew's
I have
really.
A few of those.
Yeah, that's what I'd say.
Phil's Pokeball's hanging out right now, so.
Yeah, my nephew's a big into Pokemon. He's gonna be turning 11, and yeah, he's a big Pokemon kid.
Wait, so like I've been waiting all night for Phil to talk about Rebel Moon, but I don't know if he's waiting for a later stream to do that.
Why does everyone hear what I have to say about Rebel Moon?
Because we were all chopping it up with each other yesterday on here, so you're the new blood.
I guess so. I watched it yesterday after work. I had a really shite Friday, so I came home after going to AutoZone trying to figure out what the hell's going on with my car, and I'm not looking forward to working on that tomorrow. But I watched Rebel Moon. I enjoyed it. I like it for what it is. I'm not one of those people who doesn't like it. I don't know what everyone's getting all hot and bothered about. I mean, I understand people wanting to wait for the R-rated cuts. That's everyone's prerogative. But I liked it. I think I probably liked it more than part one. I did too. More tighter. I think the action was, as pretty on par for what Zack Snyder always delivers. It was, it was a great time. I'm going to watch it again just to try and get some of the stuff I missed. I think the opening sequence was actually really, really intricate and interesting too. So
And by the way, like these title cards, both opening and beginning, I'm just getting so. I mean, this has Predator written all over it.
Do you have some characters that stood out to you, Phil, when you were watching this one?
Definitely Nemesis.
Yeah.
Definitely.
We need more. Like we need more Nemesis.
When that character met their end, I was a little disappointed, but I completely understood why, and it's pretty well set up from the beginning. Even the fact that it's it's only the 2-hour PG-13 cut, I still thought enough was there to get the gist of it, and I understood why they did what they did as far as editing goes. But yeah, Nemesis, Milius, definitely Tarok.
Milius had some pretty cool guerrilla warfare action going on.
Totally called Gunnar and Cora.
They're doomed to romance.
100%.
Ryan has a unified theory that just makes it a whole different experience.
What was that?
I'm sorry.
Oh, I didn't catch what you were saying.
Phil.
Oh, I was just saying, like, when Cora and Gunnar kissed, I was like, "Yep, they're gonna spank it out," and that's exactly what happened.
And it's Zack has emphasized the both in terms of violence and sex, that the extended cuts are going to be more
gratuitous,
more. So that sex scene will definitely, I'm anticipating, will be more in the level of, let's say, the gore.
Watchmen Part 2.
Like everyone's like always clamoring, "Oh, it's like his Star Wars. Oh, it's the," and I'm just like, no, it's fucking heavy metal. Like that's exactly what it's inspired by, and
he said that.
I'm
So
guaranteeing.
Brad, will your parents allow you to watch it?
Yeah, when the rated R cut comes out, did Netflix specifically do this one for you? So
they might have.
Axel, Austin, how are you guys doing? And
I'm doing all right. I had a rough day today, but I'm doing better. Been quite awake, but yeah.
What do you think about Rebel Moon, Axel? What are your thoughts?
I don't know if you want to go down that rabbit hole because he's got.
It's a free thought. We're a free thought stream, man.
Why not? We all got
20
opinions.
minutes of it. Didn't get interested.
Okay.
That's just me.
Okay. What do you feel? What do you feel like was lacking that lost your interest or didn't keep your interest?
Character development.
Okay. Did you like the action at all?
I didn't get up to any of the action parts.
Okay. How about you, Austin?
Well, first of all, happy holidays to all who celebrated
for sure.
today.
I'll rip one to that.
Right. But I mean, no. Look, it's like we all enjoy like some sort of schlock, right? Like whether it's Transformers or the Fast movies or this or that. I mean, look. So anybody who enjoyed it, that's awesome. Totally fine. Totally understand that and stuff. It is in no terms, any way, shape, or form, a good movie. And I mean, I think the worst part about it is within the first 20 minutes, they do something with the main character, Cora, that already, because these are, quote unquote, the pizza.
Feel free to spoil. I think we all caught it now. Yeah, so
yeah. So obviously, her backstory is revealed. She's a child killing, blind faith leading. Like so it's just like, okay, already I didn't have much to root for, right? Because
now did you kind of see that coming in the last movie?
Yes,
at all?
I absolutely saw that she was the one that killed. Here's the issue though, and this is where Snyder does this quite often in his movies, is he likes to rush this characterization. It's like, look, child killing is not something you easily come back for. You could easily come back from. I'm not saying it's not an irredeemable trait. I'm not saying it's not something that can be focused on over time, and that she can become a character that we root for. But within a 2-hour movie like this, and within 20 minutes, you tell me all of this, and then don't focus on it again until the end when she's like, "Oh, she's still alive."
Yeah, So by the way,
Grace, and it's like, okay, look, we see this happen all the time, right? Where main characters do horrible things, and they're redeemed. It's 100% possible. It's not possible in a 2-hour time. But I mean.
Do you think that stuff's going to get addressed in a more stretched out version then? And do you look forward to that version, or do you think it's going to be more of the same?
even if it
Version should
does,
have come out already, but
that's the thing. Even if it does,
Mm-hmm.
you've already wasted 4 hours of my life giving me reason why I don't like this character. 2 more hours doesn't seem like it's going to help. I mean, we're talking about an arc of a character that's done something so irredeemable. That's like, I mean, here's a great example.
Darth Vader did it in one movie.
Peacemaker. This is not Darth Vader, William. And
Darth Vader
this
killed
is
kids.
nowhere near.
Cora equals Vader in Williams' eyes. That's
Are
interesting.
you as intimidated by Cora as you are by Darth Vader? Are you as
Cora's whipping ass
as you are by
Cora's
Darth
whipping
Vader?
ass though.
Exactly.
Anakin killed younglings.
Exactly. And guess how many movies it took for him to come back from that? 3.
This is a great
Well, his story was
doesn't even really come back from that though. I don't know. That doesn't make any sense.
Exactly. Or go with, people hate how much Peacemaker was hated, right? Which is completely understandable. He's an irredeemable character in the Suicide Squad. It took 10 almost 1 hour episodes for you to go, okay, I can kind of get behind this character now. He's a watchable, redeemable character. You don't do these types of things in a 2 hour movie. You just don't. It's bad writing. It's bad characterization. And all he thinks that's going to save the movie are his fans and cool shots. He literally is quoted saying like, "Oh, slow-mo, I thought it was awesome." That's not good enough.
Well,
Dude.
When he said that, I don't think he meant that. We talked about like specifically the one reviewer was pulling up all the internet questions and saying like, "Why do you use so much slow-mo?" And he said,
awesome.
And he said, "Well, yeah, which yeah, but it's like I don't think he meant that to be like the be-all and end-all answer of like why he uses slow-mo so much." I thought that was.
And that's totally fine. And again, if you like it, it's fine. I'll get all power to you. Again, but these aren't qualities that make a good movie. And so far, he's shown me that with this writing team, they can't make a good movie.
So, do you like anything
I know,
about? Is there anything?
Zack can make a good movie. It's.
I said with this writing team. Yeah, that's why I specified this specific writing team.
Do you? Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I was just going to quickly kind of ask for clarification from Austin. So I understand your comparison to Peacemaker being redeemed through the ancillary media for the TV show, but I guess I'm a little confused why you would compare that to the film itself without any supplemental material, because we're anticipating that to come out eventually, I think.
I don't know why he'd compare the two to begin with. They're like it's like apples and apricots. It doesn't make any fucking sense.
Are you talking about comparing it to Suicide Squad, or talking about to Rebel Moon? To be clear,
she's talking about my comparison of Peacemaker to the character of Cora, right?
Okay.
It's the irredeemable aspects, right? So Cora she's basically a blind faith leader. She believes Dad is going to protect her, right? She'll kill a child she'll kill a child for Dad. So there already shows how little morale that she has there, right? So again, I'm not correct comparing her directly to Peacemaker. I'm just using that as, and not just Peacemaker. We can take Omni-Man from Invincible, just irredeemable characters, that people who do horrible things, kill people, kill a child. Literally, he's just like, okay, I'm cool with killing a child. Like, I'm not saying it's not an interesting arc. It can be, if well written, if done right. It's something that is incredibly compelling and
hey, Austin,
very entertaining.
While you're on that point, Fourth 1000 in the chat is actually bringing up kind of a counter. Maybe a different way to look at it. Like, who said Cora is redeemed? She might just be walking a path, right? So maybe we're making an assumption. And I see what you're saying though, but maybe we're making an assumption.
But even then, again, this is why you don't do that type of thing in a 2-hour movie, especially in a part 2, unless you're trying to say something, right? Unless you're like Dune, where you're trying to say, Paul Atreides is not the good guy. He is not the person.
Well, that's kind of the inverse. It's like he goes in the opposite of a redemption arc. He goes in the the villainization arc.
He's descended into villainy.
Unless you're saying tyranny. At this point, you haven't given me enough reason with these 2 movies to come back for a third movie to even care if she is redeemable, if she's not. I mean, I just don't care at this point.
Well, this kind of goes to kind of the debate, I think, because I think just the how these movies are being rolled out, and the fact that we're getting essentially 4 movies over the course of 8 or so months here.
You might want to add an asterisk to that. That's not a guaranteed thing yet.
Well, yeah, it's not set in stone that they're coming out in August. That's tentatively. It's
no. I mean the 4 movies that they have planned after this. That is not.
Oh, okay.
He's talking.
I'm talking about the extended cuts that are coming out later.
Okay.
Yeah. So we're talking about specifically evaluating these 2, and I think all of it just because of how the rollout of these 2 / 4 of them is rolling. I think a lot of this ultimately goes back to kind of the debate that we were having the other night. Is that and William definitely weighed in on. I'm sure he'll weigh in again here. Was this release strategy of putting out the PG-13 cuts first and the extended cuts later, and the discourse what it's been around these 2 is like, was that ultimately the best decision for them? William, you said you think this ultimately was, but can you maybe elaborate a bit more on that?
Yeah, because the kind of conversation that we are having about this, Netflix does not give 2 flying fucks about, and nor should they. They're going to go to their analytics. What they've done and what they've evolved in doing lately is if you have a product and you can extend the conversation about that product, what you're selling, from December to August, that's what you do. The fanboy conversations. If I hear a Netflix executive or in the brain trust giving 1 molecule of their brain power to the fanboy conversation, he can go join us in an employee, as no longer an employee of Netflix. They made a business decision, and it was the right decision, and it's a smart decision. They're judging the success on this on criteria that is not ours. And that's what people got to understand is like, yes, we can have our opinions. Just because I have an opinion doesn't mean it matters to the decision maker. They're judging this. There's a whole set of rules that we may never even know about or to apply to what we're doing. So
Drogo tends to disagree.
Hey, hold on, Joe. Stop. Joe,
I'm just gonna stay quiet.
Because you have not been quiet today. That's for damn sure.
Because I think to Axel and Austin's point, like they're not criticizing the business decisions; they're criticizing the product.
Axel, unless there is a CEO of Netflix, or unless you are one of their data analysts, you can't tell me that your opinion about how Netflix runs their business means shit. When it goes to as far as who makes the decisions or not, or whether it was a good decision or not.
William, real quick, RJ, he mentioned he has a question too. So
what was that, RJ? Because we all started talking.
So go for it, RJ.
So this is fascinating. I've not seen the movie yet. I'm just kind of here listening. So.
You said you
joined the panel knowing full well people on the panel were going to see the movie.
Real quick, spoilers.
I'm just here to vibe. I just wanted to hang out.
Because you mentioned you're not even going to see them until the extended cuts come out,
I'm
right?
not criticizing. I'm just pointing it out, Chief.
Yeah, no. I mean, like for me, I watched part 1. I wanted to love it. I was very mixed about it. And I was just like, I feel like I should just need to wait personally. At least that way I can watch part 2 and the director's cut closer together, just for that reason. But no,
that's fair.
The question was that
actually means,
a very good point, because the stories are going to be the same in the extended cut anyway.
And I'm Netflix, and I got you talking about this till October or till August.
Yeah, I think
your answer.
At least
but that's like saying all press is press, William. Like,
okay, here's the thing though. You're in the business of selling a product, and yeah, you have you keeping your product in. When you look at their analytics, they're okay. And I'm not saying that your guys' opinions suck or don't mean anything, but in their context, in their machine, they don't. So you have to understand your opinions are great. We respect your opinion, but you're asking the question of whether it was a good idea or not. That is not something I think we are qualified to kind of throw it out there with. But the actual real answer is we're not qualified for that.
I just want to real quick respond to that, because look, okay, maybe as far as the analytics, as far as numbers, sure, they did something that was going to focus on numbers. Okay, I give you that. And this is where I argue Zack should have put his foot down and stood up for himself and said no. Because what you're asking me to do is give you a lesser quality version of these movies.
Yeah.
And you're asking me, and now it becomes a difference of this. Okay, F the analytics, F the numbers, F all of that.
That's
now
the business. You don't have a movie without.
Okay,
no.
That's Netflix's business. Zack's business is his
reputation.
Made the movie?
Who made the
Zack.
movie?
Zack Snyder.
Hold on.
Zack's business.
Hold on, though.
No. Hold on.
No. Hold on.
Because Zack's business is his reputation, right? And at this point, the only
did
people
he do it by
rooting for
gunpoint?
this, the only people rooting for this movie are Snyder simps. That is
here's the thing.
Those are the
you
only
cater
people
to your
rooting
customer
for this movie, right?
You
and that's
cater to your
fine.
customer.
But at some point, you learn your customer is not enough. When the general audience,
but you are not qualified.
Giving them
You
more
are
fuel,
not qualified
more
for
reason
that to matter.
to go, oh yeah, this guy's a shitty filmmaker.
You are
because he's doing the same gimmick over and
about
over
that.
again to try and get views.
Once
So
again,
now you're just telling me he's shallow.
You are qualified to have that opinion. You are not qualified for that opinion to matter where it actually means something.
That's not an opinion. Go look at Twitter. Go look at social media. Go look at the general fans. And again, I'm not talking about numbers. Get numbers again.
You can't listen.
Right.
You cannot separate them. You guys think this is some
right.
kind of fantasy world
where
the numbers and the money don't matter. You do not
can't
have
separate
the movie.
Numbers and reputation.
You do not have the movie. You do not have the movie without the numbers. This is not fucking Fantasyland.
And
right?
that's fine.
You cannot have this conversation in the abstract.
And that's fine. That's what I'm saying. Zack should have put his foot down and said, had some integrity as a filmmaker.
Hold on. You act like he was snuck in the back of a trunk.
Hey, let each other talk. Austin, let William respond for a second, and then William let Austin respond. You guys are talking over each other.
Was Zack coerced to do this?
No, we all know
Zack is a grown-ass man closing in on 60.
He said he agreed to play the game. He agreed to play along with them because that's business. Understandable, but when that business risks your reputation and is now putting at risk,
dude. His reputation is fine.
Okay, that's maybe subjective to non-Snyder lovers, but at this point, it's just.
I think that's
just
subjective.
Facts.
Period. All film is subjective. You can't say that's fact. That's your opinion, and you are entitled to it. But once again, even this includes myself. Just because I have an opinion doesn't mean it matters where it counts. It counts there. You cannot divorce the numbers and the analytics and the cause, because if you don't have that, you don't even have Rebel Moon 1, 2, or 3, or anything else he's going to have.
That, and even that's hard to believe, because I guarantee Netflix has made way weirder movies with way other filmmakers. It's like this doesn't even make sense. You're releasing a PG-13 cut on a platform where, guess what? Half the kids that are watching it don't give a shit if it's PG-13 or not. And you're still getting those same numbers, by the way. It's not like it matters, if they're hacking into, especially with their password sharing and all that.
I don't understand why you think he needed to put his foot down for the sake of integrity when he made the movies knowing full well there were going to be two different cuts of it. Like that.
This isn't like Justice League where it was hijacked and then he had to fight for it.
He literally talked about making the movie
versions at the same time. That's all.
Yes, he made the movies intentionally that way. I don't understand this notion of he should have put his foot down. That doesn't make any fucking sense, Austin.
And that's what I'm saying.
Offense,
why would you? No.
Netflix said, we'll offer you this much money. And Zack Snyder said, yes. And Netflix said to do it this way. And Zack Snyder said, yes.
I mean, he made the movies intentionally, to have a PG-13 cut for family and friends to watch at the time, and then he's been pretty adamant at the fact the R-rated cuts are my uncut chain.
Borderline
and going to love this.
So in an overall way, Austin, what is your main problem with it? Is it just the release that they went and wasted this time? In your opinion, is that the main problem?
Can you guys hear me? Sorry.
Yeah.
It sounded like your mic did something there.
Okay, yeah, I guess it just died, so that's nice. Okay, sorry, what was the question?
So just overall, is your main issue the business model, or the fact that you feel like it was released out of order, or it should have been released in a different order?
It's
just your main problem, right?
It's a little bit of both. It's that the business model is obviously taking advantage of the Snyder cut.
Okay, but then but so just if I give you that and you say the problem is the business model, he's an employee for the business, right?
Sure.
So there's not much we can do yelling at each other about that.
As
far as the other problem goes, go ahead and lay it out for us.
Well, no, even with the business model, you're right. There's not much we can do and all that. I'm just saying that I think especially with what he's been through, with everything like that, you're on the platform where you really are. You're going to get the biggest opportunity to make the movie you want to make.
Now, do you understand that
than any other studio?
Now, do you understand just in his own, way he does things? He was an advertising director, right?
Yeah,
and so his whole thing was
commercial
marketing things and making it look really good to the point where he became a music video director, a movie director, and so on and so forth afterwards, right? So what if he's not taking that experience and making that part of his pitch? Okay, so he's maybe he appreciates the business model and he's saying, I can give you 4 movies this way.
Well, at least
just like William's saying, I'm not saying William's right or wrong. I'm just saying William then has this point where you're talking about a movie from November to August.
That's not the way I've understood it based off of even his interviews.
Then please, how do you understand it then? I'm sorry, because I guess I don't know.
So basically the way I understand it from him is Netflix came to him. They said, hey, look, you have this really crazy, wild movie. Like exactly like Phil said, a heavy metal type, just batshit crazy movie. And they said, hey, that's cool. Make it. Can you make a PG-13 cut so we can split that, release that for a general audience at a holiday time, blah, 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 all that stuff. And Zack, being the guy that he is, he's an incredibly nice guy. He's incredibly cooperative and collaborative. Was like, and he's been in this business for years. He knows
so he's an affable person that knows how to play ball.
Exactly.
So instead of having a Christmas movie that all came out in two movies.
But this is where I'm saying.
It ruined my birthday.
Well, go ahead, Austin.
And this is where I'm saying he should have put his foot down, in that, like, he's played that game for so long, he's been doing it. It's just like, dude, just let me make my movie, or if you're not interested, then that's okay. Let me move on to something else, because at this point, why would I give you a lesser version when every single quote unquote theatrical cut or lesser version or whatever
has
just given
that just kind of that question, I think, is William seems to have an answer for that question. Whether or not it's the right answer, we don't know, but he seems to have a fitting answer for that question.
And kind of going off of that, because I think RJ, because he just posted, because he's been on mute while we've been going back and forth on this, but he
I just don't want to interrupt.
Yeah, no worries, man. But he posted this in the comments. It kind of, I think it's similar to what Austin is asking. I'll go ahead and pull it up here. I wanted to ask, by releasing different cuts of the films, could that impact building the Rebel Moon? Could that impact building Rebel Moon as a pop culture brand by releasing multiple cuts? Can that dilute the product, the brand potential before it gets going?
I don't think. No, not at all.
No. I think we all could agree on this panel. We rather would have seen the whole director's cut, everything out in front anyway. So it's just
100%.
Right. So like I said, it's a business model. It's a decision that his employer is making that, at the end of the day, that's how it went. So.
And it's a business model put forth.
It sucks if you're a fan of Zack Snyder and you want to see his. Forward.
Yeah, so I think it does ultimately boil down to him in terms of the most comprehensive version of both these movies that obviously is eager to show, and that going up against Netflix's business model, I think it's ultimately kind of boils down to him playing the long game, and in the sense that it's like, okay, these guys it's not coming. I don't think. I mean, I have no reason to think behind the scenes there's any hostility between them on this decision, but it's just a matter of what you talk about. He should have put his foot down, but there's also, it does putting your foot down create a situation where this movie doesn't get made at all. It's like, but if the compromise is, okay, I put out, the initial cut I put out is the quote unquote family friendly version of these two movies to kind of get the ball rolling for the platform traffic wise, and then they're giving me the opportunity to subsequently put out what I consider, the purest version of these movies, then I can see his train of thought on that. I can see his reasoning why he would agree to that.
Also, traffic is key here. Also, traffic over opinions.
Also, look at other directors and how they've talked about working with Netflix, like David Fincher, Martin Scorsese. Wow, there's another one I'm missing. But, any other director have always touted the one thing that they appreciate the most, and that's creative freedom, and they were allowed to make the movies the way they wanted to. I mean, Zack Snyder was no different. They let him make Army of the Dead, chained off, whole nine, did what he wanted, showcased everything, and it was great. And then Netflix was like, what do you want to do next? And he's like, well, been stewing on this space epic for a long, long time, pitched it as a Star Wars film, and Disney and Lucasfilm were like, nope. And so Netflix went, okay, well, if you do it, it sounds like a big movie, you want to do it in 2 parts? And he was like, I'll do you one better. I can do it in 2 parts and under $200 million. And they were like, cool, do whatever you want, but can you make a mass audience appealing version? And they was like, yeah, sure, just let me do my thing that I always do, that he used to do when he was still working at WB. He always went to the direct to video people and was like, hey, you guys want to make more money? Here's my cut. And direct to video people were like, sure, man, we got you. So it's literally the evolution of that concept by way of Netflix experimenting.
Yeah, I would say so. And there's I think probably Netflix and Zack at this point have again through the last couple of years of his career they're probably I think it's pretty cognizant of the fact that the way kind of like his hardcore fan base sort of takes in his filmography is versus like the general audience. They really are kind of on 2 different. I don't want to say planes, but it's like I don't know, William, how I try to put this. So you have
2 different directions. There's going to be guys like us that are going to we're going to be a little bit biased. We're going to give it the benefit of the doubt, no matter what. And then there's a general audience for their own reason, curiosity, are going to go see it. We're on 2 different trajectories, and they're both fine. The thing about Netflix is neither one of those things at the bottom of the day means anything Netflix, because what they care about is traffic and associated content. So all the opinions that people might have of how this was done, theirs is going to be backed by who watched this, what did they go to after they watched this, how long were they on there, how long were similar viewers here in December, and how many of those similar viewers were here in April, and how many of them are there in August. Those are the analytics that are going to back them up. And when you're Netflix and you pulled in 33 to 38 billion annually, you're probably better qualified to make that judgment than any of us. I just have an opinion. They have, if you want to throw in the word facts, the only people that have facts in front of them are Netflix. And Netflix is I haven't heard anybody from Netflix coming out saying this has been a disaster. You think they give 3.5 shits about the Rotten Tomato scores? They care about traffic, because they got shit on Netflix that I swear to God is absolutely
we were going off on Adam Sandler last night, so.
That has ratings that you've never heard of, ratings that are awful, but that has the traffic to back it up. And that's all Netflix cares about, traffic. And now more than ever, they care about extending that traffic, because before they'll just throw it out there, conversation's over. Throw your TV show out there, all 8 episodes, throw it out there on Sunday or Monday, conversation's over by Wednesday. Good or bad. And people think there's no bad publicity. Publicity in general breeds traffic. Same reason why we were watching the Bronco go down the highway. That's bad publicity, right? But every damn one of us was watching it along with the Knicks getting beat.
And let's be honest here too. It's like in his case, it's like I mean, Zack himself is. I mean, I don't think anybody could dispute is a publicity lightning rod. I mean, whatever he says or does, whatever he puts out, whatever format it takes, it's like through a combination of just just making his body of work and circumstances taking certain parts of that in maybe some unintended directions. It's like, I mean, his name alone, whether people are coming into it from a place of fandom or a place of being detractors, it's like, I mean, it ultimately is a lightning rod in terms of attention, in terms of traffic, in terms of coverage, in terms of dialogue, discourse, and whether or not it's ultimately polarizing or universally loved is kind of beside the point in his case, because it's, I mean, we're still talking about what happened with the road it took to get Justice League realized, 7 years after the reshoots happened. So it's Netflix, I think, is understanding in a way that probably you can't unless you're really behind the scenes. Like
it's the business.
Yeah, it's like you can leverage him as a filmmaker in terms of just like what his name brings to it in a way that almost no other filmmaker today you really can, because it's and again, some of that is through unfortunate things happening to him behind the scenes, but there is also it's kind of going back to Austin bringing up they are kind of riding the Snyder Cut wave here. And I think that is undeniable. I mean, they had the state cutting video he did, during the initial promotion of it. So they know what they've got in him, whether people are coming into it from a place of being fans or detractors. Is like all they're looking at is like, you guys are coming to it. It's like, you guys are paying attention to this. It's like, and we're going to milk that cow as far as we can.
So Daniel agrees with you that your overall consensus of your statement there.
Yeah.
But
this is probably true.
I think
Probably
RJ's been trying to say something for a while, and I think Raya was trying to say
Yes,
something a while
yes.
back.
We're sorry if you guys have been kind of
No, it's fine. It's fine. You guys are good. Just letting you guys talk.
All right.
Yeah,
Raya,
what about you, Raya?
something to add?
Oh, yeah, I guess like what I'm trying to pick up on, as far as like, a thesis statement of the points being made is that the business decisions versus the artistic decisions and compromises, I think that is where, the criticism is like at that intersection of like where I understand where William is coming from, where Netflix is very much is, a numbers-based long game platform, as opposed to its previous model of just dumping content and then moving on. So on the other hand, the points that I'm hearing from other folks, including Austin, is that the reputation part, I guess like I'm trying to understand exactly what you mean by as far as like the repercussions. Austin, could you elaborate a little bit?
So yeah, I just basically, again, this is another movie for general audience. Like, how many people have we argued with, right, about BVS when they walked out of the theatrical version that they hated it and blah 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 and all that, and then they came back and they loved the directors, right? It's the same thing of like, okay, so is this guy just holding out on us, just making bad theater? And again, general audience members, we know he's not, right? We know the details of what happened with Netflix and all that, and the details of the making. General audience members don't know that. And so just regular moviegoers are going, oh, look, it's another Snyder movie where the first cut is not that good.
So basically, you're kind of saying like you're concerned it's going to be similar to BVS, or just like it seems like it gets a visceral negative reaction that people kind of like.
I asked William that yesterday.
For a movie that's 8 years old, people still talk about it.
As somebody that loves Snyder as a director, I want general fans to love him, to see why he's great too. I want them to see his best work, not this.
So that's what I asked William yesterday in the stream. I said, would it maybe be seen as a mistake if they did what they did with BVS and cut part of the movie up? I'm ambivalent either way. I can understand both sides.
Sort of the same answer I gave you yesterday. All right, one, it's not 2016.
Right.
Two, we're talking about and this is a huge difference I think people don't bring up enough. We're talking about the difference
box office versus streaming,
how we think of box office versus streaming. Like I said, and I need you guys to sign a non-disclosure agreement about this invention that I've been showing people around, because I think other people have been trying to copy me and use this. It's called a remote control until I come up with a better name for it. But when you're only paying the monthly subscription and you got, you have access to all this content, it's coming straight from that content creator to you. All these others' opinions that we throw into the spaghetti don't really matter, because people generally only listen to those when it comes to investing their money. Now, when I'm talking about taking the family, the mistress, Sancho, everybody out with me, and we're going to spend 125, 150, bucks, or on a night out.
Involved too.
Yeah, and I got you, Sancho, there. So now we tend to look for advice from others when it comes to this type of leap of decision. When it's streaming, and it's been shown this, that you're more likely to exclude the opinion of others when there's less of it in between you and the content. So that's why the situation between, as far as reputation and everything else goes, no, because the risk isn't there in order for somebody to feel like they've been let down with that reputation.
Word of mouth still exists.
It exists, but to a point, not to the point where it affects Netflix and this particular version of a product. It just doesn't.
And that's
And
fine.
they
Again,
know that.
I'm not
They know
arguing
that,
the numbers with you on that. Or
no, I'm not even
anything like
saying
that.
numbers, Austin. I'm talking about subjectivity. Like right now, you and me have a drastically different opinion about that. So there's a good chance that there's a lot of people that could think either way on this. So we can't assume that because we disagree with that decision that a lot of other people do, because we're never going to know. We're never going to know. They're going to watch it. They're going to do their thing, and they're going to click on to something else because that's what Netflix has provided.
Right, and that's what I'm saying. I agree with you. If that's the best, if that's their numbers game and all that, and it's making them numbers and all that, more power to them. Again, now where I'm arguing is again the reputation of the filmmaker. So, and that's where I say, if that's gonna happen, if it's gonna be that bad, where these cuts are that far off from whatever the original idea is or whatever, and an alternate universe and all that, either don't make it or just wait until you get the opportunity to do it the way that you want. Because at this time in your career, I just don't think he needs it.
But it sounds like like I said, he didn't get put into a trunk and said, Zach, this is your hostage. He's a part of this process, right? You realize that some of this is his desire to a certain point. I mean, he's assertive enough to not,
Well, the first movie was a typical Netflix movie because usually Netflix movies aren't that great, but they have a good story. But the second one was a slightly better Netflix movie.
I had fun with both. And like I said, I also got to realize, Austin, here's the thing. Not everybody, and like I said before, is coming into this story, this entertainment, this movie, looking for the same thing that others are. And we have to respect the fact that, like I said, we can flip through Netflix. We're going to do a stream next week. We're just going to go through some of the awful shit that I've watched on Netflix. And it's out there. People in some of the Netflix originals that are like, wow, why did I endure this? But it was fun. People are going to Netflix for things that are different than the next guy. That's why I say it's subjective. And the only tiebreaker is, I know you wanted to, the only tiebreaker is the numbers, because if Joe Smo continues to come back and watch some retrograde Yui Bowl type shit, and he keeps watching it, then my opinion about it is kind of doesn't mean anything. It's that guy wants it. You know what I mean? Go ahead,
in your excitement, William, you came up with a new word. So you have some trial level talk going on in the chat. So you might want to discover what's going on. You might want to discover what's going on here in the chat. People are hanging on to your words, man.
Okay. I did not create Sancho. Sancho has already been around since Sancho is the other man. Sancha is the other woman. Sancho is the other man. So I didn't create that.
When you said that, I was thinking Sancho Panza or Don Quixote. So
I'm thinking the guy that the mistress is.
Going off of that, because Dort Knight has one here, and this actually kind of goes to something I've been thinking of too that I think is worth examining, worth pondering in this in this discussion. They send a film junkie if Zack doesn't make these PG-13 versions, you don't get an NC-17 version. This is actually, I think this is kind of important because recently when he was discussing, the full versions, right now they're behind the scenes having to, because nobody wants to get an NC-17 unless you're Paul Verhoeven. Nobody actually goes into it wanting an NC-17. So, he's having to, inch down whatever he has to in order to get it from NC-17 to R. But excuse me, God damn these gnats! But
you're coughing on gnats now. That's kind of gross.
If they're dying, I'm okay with that. What was I saying? So going. So if it is, if what it's getting, if the rating.
Stop! Hold that thought, Brad. We just reached our 60,000th view. I'm so
nice!
Awesome. Yay!
Good job.
Our little shoebox channel has got 60,000 views. A year from 2 years, like I said, please don't do this. But if you ever saw me 2 years ago on this platform, 60,000 views was, oh my goodness. But I'm sorry. Go ahead, Brad.
Oh yeah. So going back to, I think it also because the fact that right now it's getting hit with that NC-17 and they're going to. I mean, it's going to be getting it down to R. It's going to be a thing where it's like, okay, I like snip some blood here, or like,
no, it's Sophia.
Or cut out. Like it's going to be like minor trims to get it down to R. But that does speak to in terms of how different these extended versions are going to feel. It does raise the question for me. It's like, okay, how do we get from what is in those that is so that makes that leap from PG-13 to NC-17? And
sex.
Well, yeah, but lots of R movies have sex. So
yeah, but there might
More
be some
gratuitous.
graphic. I mean, I don't know. Yeah, frontal.
And here and yes, one thing I will say, it's like, because I have and this actually Scott brought this up on the Baka stream last night. I have not read the novelization yet because it is based upon reportedly the director's cuts. And I'm avoiding that because I want to keep the extended cuts. I want.
No, you didn't read it because it's not at your preschool bookstore, buddy.
Oh my god!
Oh
wow!
The Scholastic Book Fair.
There you go. Right?
Do I really look that youthful to you guys? Because
Sure.
I take that as a compliment.
Shaved.
Oh, what if I grow a beard out? Oh, I'll probably still look young. But
You pulled the gunner and shaved.
But but I've avoided the novel because I want to, going into the director's cuts, I just kind of want to keep that as that's fresh for myself as possible. But that said, I have seen a snippet from a certain scene involving Noble and the squid, and I'll leave it at that because it's.
I'm going to be eating after this.
I knew there was something there.
Oh, there's something there.
I'll be honest. That's my other question too, with it being Netflix and all of that. Because Zack said, William knows. Zack said that to us when we met him. He's like, I'm trying to make it not NC-17, and I told him, I said, do it. I mean, if it's Netflix, I don't see why not.
I got an answer to that question from someone today.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so. Even though it's Netflix, and even though you don't have the constrictions you do, like with putting NC-17 in theater, there are still preferences that would exclude movies that have certain tags and criteria to them. So that movie might not show up. Like right now, when we were watching Rebel Moon the other day, after we were done, all kinds of stuff popped up. If I have limitations on my Netflix, so it will exclude certain things. So if I got kids in the house, anything else,
right, like parental controls or that type of thing.
Yeah, or certain things you want to exclude, then my movie might not rotate into as many people as possible, and it could be by the thousands and the millions. So you want to. That's the answer I was given today, because I had emailed somebody about a video that we got messed up over by X-Men a while back, and they just got back to me, and I emailed a couple other questions I had, and I was wondering, because that doesn't make sense, right? Right. You're not going to theater.
And then thinking too, Blonde was NC-17. They have some
that's essentially
stuff on there.
Blonde wasn't a movie.
How long was I muted?
Hold on.
Damn it.
Blonde.
I liked Blonde.
Not long enough.
This guy's
Blonde.
hilarious.
Blonde was one of those movies that was not created for like the mass type of consumption.
Right. No, I understand that, but I'm just saying that because I'm trying to think, like, it's not like they don't have NC-17 projects.
They do, but it's the goal. It's the goal.
Right.
So if I have a movie that I want as many people in a certain demographic to meet, I can't have certain things in that version, or it will not rotate. Whereas I have certain movie, it's kind of like it limits its own control. So if there's like sausage in the movie, they're not going to. It's going to be NC-17.
I think also if it went like balls to the wall like NC-17, potentially I can see the gratuity and the more visceral violence and suggestive content overshadowing the product itself, and that being more of a conversation piece. So the spectacle aspect overshadowing the plot and the fan appeal and ongoing.
Well, read that snippet I was talking about, because it definitely would speak to what you're talking about. I'm not going to go into details, but it's
sounds gross.
Brings a whole new meaning to Octopussy. I mean,
yeah,
what?
Brad. Yeah, Brad. Yeah, whatever.
Azteca says that Taika Waititi muted you, Axel.
Oh,
so what were you trying to say?
I don't know. I don't really have anything to say.
Yeah, but we got to focus on this. This is like, come on. You guys think I'm 12 or something? Read from my book at points.
Hey, Brad, based on what we were hearing during your scary movie stuff, I mean, people could easily think that you're about 12, 13 years old.
I mean, Brad, how excited are you for the scary movie reboot?
We've been asking them. We let them know the second it came out.
Don't play a clip that's going to get
they did.
No more Tom Green.
No, I won't play Tom Green, but I have one that I've gone back to. If you guys,
if that movie comes out, I'm gonna watch it in a cabin in the woods.
Hey, Brad. Hey, Brad. If Zack Snyder directed Scary Movie 6, would you watch it?
We asked him that too,
okay.
And the answer is yes.
We'll probably get it's probably.
Well, hey, Melissa Barrera said she'd be down to do.
Hell, Zack Snyder didn't direct the previous 5 movies. He still watched them.
Hey. So I caught the first 2 episodes of Fallout, Clinton. Sounds like William caught the first.
Wait a minute. You guys have not heard you guys have not heard. You wanted to hear my thoughts, Phil. You wanted to hear my thoughts on Scary Movie 6. Here was my immediate reaction. Here you go.
We're gonna get taken off.
Pretty much.
It's Brad's fault.
Hey, good night, everybody. Oh no, it's this one.
Oh no,
it's muted.
Oh, it's muted.
No, I can hear it.
Oh,
dear Lord, that's the loudest profanity I've ever heard.
it's me. I'm Flanders.
Yeah, I'm about as excited for Scary Movie 6 as you guys think I am.
What if Melissa Barrera's in it?
I'd be down for that.
I don't think she could say that.
No.
The previous 5, Brad. How would you would be missing out on?
That was for a good cause, though.
Yeah, you get the continuity, Brad.
1 and 2 are good, though. 3, 4, and 5 are not.
Yeah, 3. Well, again, the point I make, I keep going back to when Chappie brings up like he's a big fan of 3. It's 3 has a whole section, dedicated to 8 Mile. I didn't know 8 Mile was a scary movie, but apparently it's like it qualifies now.
It's scary for Rabbit.
Yeah, but
for Cheddar Bob. Cheddar Bob. It's scarier for Cheddar Bob.
It's scarier for Cheddar Bob, and I'll tell you that accident with Cheddar Bob is funnier than anything that happens in any scary movie.
Oh,
I think
So
it's a
you're
little more
warming
scary
up
for
to
Papa
him.
Doc. That's what I think.
What's that again, Phil?
I said it's a little more scarier for Papa Doc than it is for Rabbit, but
Yeah, it ends up getting there for him. Yeah.
yeah.
There's also thing as halfway crooks, as we all know.
And speaking of scary movie, where are we at? Are we still at 12,175?
Yeah, pull up the Tiltify. Let people know what you got going.
Brad, if I made Scary Movie 6, would you watch it?
Guys, I want to stay friends with all of you, but you're really pushing my buttons here.
Hey, when in doubt.
What if I asked you to
blame
be in
Brad.
it? What if I asked you to be in it?
Well, then it might. Well, then I would sabotage it behind the scenes, like rewrite the script overnight when no one's looking.
Okay,
Brad the
so-
saboteur. That's very
so-
flubish of
so-
you, Brad.
If I give you a ball cap, will you absolutely follow through with that?
He doesn't even wear that ball cap anymore. I saw him at Comic-Con.
Well, of course he doesn't wear it all the time.
Yeah. No, he doesn't even wear it for like at Comic-Con. You think you'd see him wearing it. He didn't wear shit.
That dude is such a wuss.
He looks like Shrek.
Completely left DC in total and utter shambles. No conclusion to his JSA book. What an absolute clown show. Jeff Johns is a fucking joke.
No one
He
is
should never be back in DC again. Like I said,
he shouldn't. He really shouldn't.
There are certain story aspects that I would have defended him on because, like I said, I just take him as his storytelling ability if he has a boss and if he has confines. But once he's outside of that, he's a fucking nightmare, and he's not a filmmaker. So the two things that he's done that I've hated have been when they just let him loose. He should have never been on the set of anybody's set, and he should have never been making the type of decisions that were going to change DC for the term that he did. Because, like I said, these things you can't get them back, and he really hurt DC financially over the last 7 years. So.
That, and he just made absolute bloated mess that is Doomsday Clock and the fucking joke that is 3 Jokers. Oh my god!
That 11th issue, he was trying to do another Flashpoint New 50. He was trying, and somebody stopped him.
So hard.
Somebody stopped him.
I tend to agree with Phil on that 3 Joker statement, William. I know you like 3 Jokers, but
he still has
3 Jokers is kind of.
Hold on, one at a time.
Well, and again, that's why. Why did you think it took so long to finally finish up Doomsday Clock?
Yeah, because he was about to use Dr. Manhattan to reset everything again and fuck up all the continuity again, the last thing DC needs. So yeah, they stopped him. As far as 3 Jokers, listen, I like it, but I talk to people. I've sold it to people who came back and said they didn't like it, and I've sold it to people who come back and said it's the greatest.
Yeah, opinions for sure, but
100%. Yeah,
but even Scott Snyder's Dionysium explanation's better than 3 Jokers.
It's not as entertaining, though. I'm sorry.
I see both sides. I'm with William, but I'm also with Spider-Man. It's not as entertaining, but it's by and far a better it's boring.
It's boring. I
like Batman Earth 1 for the most part.
The Earth one line that doesn't get enough credit. It doesn't get that recognition. I think it's probably the better
Dude,
word.
that third book is fucking garbage.
I haven't read. To be fair, I've read.
You don't like the Two-Face story? That's the Two-Face story, right, Bill?
The third book is fucking garbage.
It gave us the worst Catwoman costume ever.
No, Superman Earth 1. That's some of the best Superman comics ever.
Yeah. Oh, 100%. Superman Earth 1's the sauce. Batman Earth 1 is fucking. It gets progressively worse with each volume. It's fucking terrible.
Batman Earth 1's all right though. It's not the worst.
I haven't read Volume 3 yet, but I did quite enjoy Volume 2.
Don't just do yourself a favor. Don't read Volume 3. It's fucking horrendous. And that Catwoman suit looks god awful.
Yeah,
It's so bad. It's so bad. Whatever fucking Johns and Gary Frank were smoking when they made that, I don't want it. I don't want any of it. Just take it and fucking burn it with fire. It looks so bad.
Gary Frank only does comics.
It makes Halle Berry's Catwoman tolerable.
Did you read the Grant Morrison Wonder Woman Earth 1?
I did. I actually like that book.
I haven't read it, so you like
it?
That's
pretty good. That's pretty
good. That is a nice twist on her mythology. I actually quite like that book a lot.
Wonder Woman's Dead Earth. Wonder Woman Dead Earth is still
to
me. I mean, it's just a
That's
underrated. I think I need a movie of that if they ever get a chance.
Yeah.
I'd love to see that.
Ruth, this is a perfect time for you to bring up your Wonder Woman information, Cliff.
Ruth, I'm with you, and I'm not. I'm half with you, and I'm half not with you on this, Ruth. Okay. You were such a sweetheart. Don't test my patience with this scary movie.
Wow, listen to evil. Listen to you just turn evil, man.
You know what I mean?
I don't know.
Brad the bully. Brad the bully, man. Hashtag Brad the bully.
Ruth loves us, Brad.
Well, I was going to mention too, one of the more exciting things.
Oh, she willed Scary Movie 6 into existence, man.
What was that?
How much money we made?
She was talking about it in the comments 2 weeks prior to us getting this announcement. Okay.
And $12,175 labor.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Hashtag blame Ruth. Okay.
Go ahead,
RJ. No, I was just gonna say one of the exciting things actually is that we're doing DC's launching their own Ultimates, basically Ultimates equivalent brand with Absolute.
I did read that, and I'm like, oh, that's neat. And it's being headed by Scott Snyder too. Funny enough, I saw someone on Threads bitch and moan I don't know why Zack Snyder's doing it, and I read the article that they shared, and I responded to him. I was like, this has nothing to do with Zack Snyder. This is Scott Snyder, and I got no response back.
And that'll be the same person saying that Court of Owls is one of the best stories, and they probably didn't even read it while they're saying.
I was like, you fucking idiot! Oh my god.
Yeah, that's why reading is essential.
I think this is good news. I think this is something that's 4 years too late, or not too late, but should have been done 4 years ago.
Well, they should have done an Ultimates launch. Well, the problem with DC
around the time Rebirth or New 52 came.
Well, not even that. DC, they've tried doing an Ultimates equivalent line twice now with Earth 1 and All Star, and both
guys.
No, there was also another one.
Wait, guys, real quick. Austin says he has to take off. So,
all right, man. See you later.
So long, Austin.
Hey guys, we'll see you later. Good talking to y'all.
See you, man.
Peace out.
It's just frustrating because All Star was a complete failure because that Batman and Robin book is horrendous. It's one of the worst.
Batman and Robin.
It's a comedy. No.
Hold on.
All-Star Batman and Robin.
There's two different All-Star Batmans. There's the one that Frank Miller did, and then there's the one that Scott Snyder did that started with John Romita. The one that Scott Snyder with John Romita is actually really fucking good.
Yeah, I'm talking about All-Star Batman and Robin.
I thought the Frank Miller was.
I don't hate the Frank Miller one.
I
don't hate that book.
That comic is
really.
That comic is a
comedy. You liked Batman calling Dick Grayson words and saying
yeah. All that was good. All that was Frank Miller Batman acting out. That's
I think
that book is her lingerie for no reason whatsoever.
If I were at my store, I could pull out about 30 things that were far worse than that weren't even on
your Wonder Woman costume that you wear secretly, William.
Now it won't be a secret if we raise enough money. I was willing to put it on.
I think Batman making fun of the Justice League in that book is actually kind of funny.
I don't know, William. You keep moving the goalpost on this Wonder Woman costume.
It's called fundraising. It's called fundraising, right?
Ryan says show something now.
I had to go through 5 horrible scary movies for charity.
Where are we at now? We're at listen. It's called fundraising. We're at 12,175.
And by the way, Phil,
I was willing. Hold on. In all fairness, when we were trying to reach 5,000, I was willing to do it if we had reached it in a certain time, and we couldn't get scratched.
So then Ford decided to just unleash Scary Movie on with his $1,400 donation. The rest is
I would have put the uniform on if we'd have reached our goals. Listen, I I am not opposed to looking like a clown, especially in public. Come on, I walk around with wrestling belts and a Shazam shirt. I don't care if we
See Spider-Man. He has one in his closet.
You know what? We get to 20 grand by next week. I'll do this whole fucking stream in a Wonder Woman lasso and all, everything.
And by the way, Phil, there's a comment here for you. I'm sure you are absolutely going to love. Tell Phil that Zack Snyder's Justice League is based off of Jeff Johns' JL. LOL.
I bet you think you're real clever with that comment.
Yeah,
I mean,
it's like
there's inspiration. I do
a little bit more to it than that, but hey,
yeah,
it's Cyborg connection.
I mean, the whole point.
The roster. It's only
to set up.
It's the roster. Surgery. It's literally just the roster. Other than
but
that,
it's also the dark side angle.
The enemy. But there's more than just being inspired by something.
No,
and also, William, I just sent a link to that ultimate universe they were doing back in 2003.
Yeah, but that's just the biggest problem is that they've been trying to do it for some like All-Star Batman and Robin was so bad it killed the All-Star line, and then Earth 1 had momentum and then kind of just like sputtered out over time.
Yeah, they never did the Teen Titans book.
Well, they haven't done the Flash or Aquaman with it yet because that's
Green Lantern, and then they did.
Earth 1's pretty much dead now. It seems
they did Teen Titans and Green Lantern. I don't
the
think
Teen Titans is unfinished, right? It just like
another
Teen
Titans never got.
That was Jeff Lemire too. That wasn't half bad.
DC's biggest problem is they just give up on shit.
That's back to the crisis. It's time for a new crisis. That's what DC is all about. Is a new crisis.
No, there are so many things that
dumbass crisis DC.
Yeah, in the bins that didn't need to just be completely blown up. You sit down, you make adjustments, and you're like, okay, this is what we need to do here to make this better. They just stop doing it. They either cut it or they just give up on it, and just forget about it, and then they'll come out with something else. But when you look at their body of work, it just looks like an Etch-a-Sketch that you just threw away. There's no rhyme or reason to where they're going.
Hey, donation alert.
Oh, oops. I bet it. Oh, is this the one that's finally going to get us William and the Wonder Woman 2-2?
No, there's no numbers. No numbers moved. What are you talking about? Donate it to me or do it directly to me?
I just know there's a donation alert.
Oh yeah, 12. Yeah, we got one on the. It's 12/175 from somebody named Rob who says love Rowan.
No, that was earlier today. We got that earlier today.
Oh, okay. Oh, so it was.
I guess check your tip jar. Then I don't know. It's just a donation alert.
There. Nope.
Check your tip jar. I mean, what?
Yeah, Vince. Vince, I agree wholeheartedly here. Why can't we watch it? Yes, there's one in particular. I
listen.
Vince, I said that back at Kurosawa. We were watching Kurosawa, and then everybody started talking that Howard the Duck shit, and everything's been going to midnight meat training downhill.
I'm going
Jonah Hex next. Why don't you guys watch Jonah Hex next? I mean, what?
I'm going where the math takes us. That's all. I don't pick these.
I'm going where the awesome and the.
We got Where's My Tron? Bradmaid coming up next, though.
I'm taking us to the awesome content and not killing Brad.
There's no money. There's no money there, Brad.
But there's also my long-term survival in that. So
that's secondary. We're helping.
Hey, Brad.
The hell, it is secondary.
You can easily watch The Raid tonight.
Brad,
right after the stream.
Brad, do you remember the show Courage the Cowardly Dog? Okay, you know what my favorite line from Courage the Cowardly Dog is?
What's that?
You should try this. The things I do for love.
That's Game of Thrones.
That you know what? You're right. That is Game of Thrones, but it's also Courage the Cowardly Dog.
When she pushes Bran right at the door.
In my case, with a scary movie misadventure,
Courage was anything but cowardly.
This is very
true. That show
true.
was complete nightmare fuel.
What?
We actually do. Hey, here you go. Here you go. Here's a
Slab.
good movie.
Oh my god.
Return the slab.
Yeah. Between Courage and Invader Zim.
We got to do Kira next week. Thanks for reminding me, Forth, because that was part of his donation. So we got Dude, Where's My Car, Bridesmaid, and Akira next week.
I have never watched
Akira, the animated movie.
Yeah.
Oh, I'll watch the shit out of that with you guys. I love that movie.
I've never seen that, so that'll be a
Dude,
why is it that you guys like torture?
Well, that means Brad won't be able to spoil the movie.
What? You've never seen Akira?
Well,
that's my god.
Well, now you're reacting like when I tell William, it's like I how limited my Star Trek knowledge is. So,
like, I need to see your reaction to seeing this movie because oh my god, it is a fucking animated masterpiece in my opinion.
Yeah.
Holy shit!
Well, it's not Scary Movie bad clearly, so I will not have.
You don't know that yet. You have to watch it.
It's trust me, it's legendary.
William,
Akira.
Come on, man. You like
Akira's
Gotcha Man. You don't know what you're talking about, William. You like
I like
Gotcha
what?
Man. You like Gotcha Man.
I grew up with it. I mean,
Gotcha Man's awesome. I'm just fucking with you.
G-Force,
dude. I told you about that.
Same reason I like Voltron, and guess what? As a grown ass man, I gave Power Rangers a chance because my child. It was like, damn.
Daniel, $30 million in the donation in the next 5 seconds will get me to do a Miss McCarthy marathon. Go.
But Spy is the last movie you have to watch, and Ghostbusters is the first movie you have to watch, and you have to watch.
Oh
yeah,
Spy
it
was
was actually pretty funny.
Yeah.
Yeah, Spy was that for me was when she was.
What was that one with her and the Muppets? That one was bad.
Oh, Happy Town or something like that. Murder.
Yeah,
Happy Time Murders.
Yeah.
I actually kind of laughed. I laughed at that one quite a bit.
You know what? That makes me so mad
It
though,
was
because that was an
stupidly
idea.
bad.
That was an idea for a movie they had for years. Like we're talking like a decade or two decades plus of. Okay, let's do Roger Rabbit, but like Muppets, basically.
With Muppets, yeah.
And like, let's actually do it like a very grim, dark, serious crime drama, like an actual, like really.
And they
then it finally gets made and turned into a stoner comedy, basically, like a really bad.
Yeah, you had like the Muppets, one of the Muppets like jizzing all over. The place.
Yeah,
I
I was about to bring up some Muppet Nookie that happens in it.
Yeah, and stuff like just like, come on, man.
Aaron,
like, what a waste of a premise.
Aaron has a very again. This also needs to be on the as long as we're suffering through bad stuff. And again, you guys suggested this to me after we did Howard the Duck with Williams. So it's like if you want to see my Howard the Duck,
I was game for Howard the Duck. I was willing to do it.
I've seen Akira a few times.
Yeah, again, that's gonna be new for me. So it's like if you guys are eager to see me get blown away by that, it's like I'm happy to do it.
Hey, William, Josh is asking if you like this Tom Taylor Nightwing run going.
I haven't been reading it.
Okay.
I met Tom Taylor once.
Oh, yeah?
I have. I got so much stuff on the backlog that I have to get around to it. There's some stuff I'm probably never going to get a chance to read.
Hey, William, did you ever meet Neil Adams?
Yes.
Oh man, I bet that was awesome.
Yes, I met Neil Adams. I met Neil Adams, John Byrne, and Chris Claremont at the same convention.
Oh, I could pick that.
Oh no shit, that must have been legendary.
Yeah.
Yep.
Oh, meeting Neil Adams. God, that would have been so. I would have loved to have done that.
I met Neil Adams once.
My Todd McFarlane experience, and then I met Stan Lee.
Yeah.
But Aaron, yes, if we were going to do a watch along of a bad film, we should do Last Airbender. That would get people watching this as popular Netflix show at the moment. I agree. And yes, Aaron, you would be my co-pilot on that because we're, as the Avatar fans among us, we could just rake that over the coals. I know.
Oh, yeah, with the Lost Airbender, I'm planning on doing like after I binge the series with Eli, like we're gonna watch that movie.
William, weren't you Jack Kirby's babysitter?
There you go.
They joke about you being a grandpa. They joke about me being a toddler.
He was there when Adam and Eve was.
Okay.
He told him to get off my lawn.
Yeah. Why is there a snake here?
That's what I was gonna ask him, William,
I think the furthest I'll go is William is the perfect age for when Jack Kirby created the Fantastic Four.
So I was going to ask you, William, what was it like fighting the dinosaurs barehanded?
Okay, you got to get creative here. We got to get creative here. We're gonna throw these at me.
Wow. They created Galactus after William for your Fantastic.
So William, what did the Big Bang actually look like?
Bro,
I don't think we go any further back than that.
That's going too far back, Brad.
Yeah, I don't think William is God.
I can go back.
You just flew the joke, Brad. Thanks. Hashtag my
dinosaurs anatomy
reminded you of your life.
I don't look.
What was it like with the quantum fluctuation before the Big Bang?
Oh,
Brad?
Vince. Here's a good one. When dirt was invented, that's way to get off it.
All right. Well,
so William, when you met Chris Claremont, what kind of X-Men questions did you ask him, if any at all?
Right.
We really didn't have when I met Chris Claremont, it was 1989 and 1990. Those were the last ones I think he went for a while.
Mm-hmm.
He was still mad about Madeline Pryor.
No, it was more of an appreciative type of con. That's what those cons were. There wasn't a lot of questions. Mm-hmm. It was, can you sign this for me? And I really enjoyed it. Usually most of us would bring the stuff that we enjoyed. And that's what we would talk about. And back then, it wasn't. You didn't get like right now when you get online, you get one, get out, get one, get out. You brought a stack, and they signed them all, and they would bring up stuff about it. Like he would bring up. I had an X-Men 210. I had all the Mutant Massacres done. I had those signed by him, and I had John Romita sign the other ones.
Is paying for signatures and photos a new thing at conventions?
Yes.
That's what I thought.
Yes, because when I started going, you paid to get into the convention, and most of these guys, like Todd McFarlane, you could walk up to Todd McFarlane and he had a badge that said Todd McFarlane, and that's how you knew who he was. And that's how I walked up to him. Same thing with Chris Claremont. You didn't know what these people looked like because you didn't have access to all that. Like you
didn't have Wikipedia, you didn't have Google, you didn't have
any of that.
The internet. Yeah.
You only knew who they were because they were sitting at the Marvel table. And here's Chris Claremont.
Here's your books.
Yeah, here's Frank Miller. Here's Lynn Bartlett. Frank Miller was there, just sitting there. Neil Gaiman would be there. But this is back in 1989. No one knew what Neil Gaiman was about to become. So when I met Claremont, it was so long ago. And like I said, John Byrne was there. I got John Byrne's West Coast Avengers run signed.
There you go.
I got that signed. I got Daredevil 181 signed by Frank Miller and Klaus Janson on the cover. Like I said, I got my Amazing Spider-Man, most of my Amazing Spider-Man run I had, and the only one I have left over is the 323 because I'm never selling that. Rob Liefeld, I've met Rob Liefeld recently. I've got his. Fabian Nakaeza. This was back when they were doing he was doing Guardians of the Galaxy. When they bought Guardians.
It says you did Guardians of the Galaxy. No shit. Wow.
He was the main writer on the new run that came out in the 80s.
Oh wow. Okay.
Clint has a winner. Clint has a winner here.
David Michelini. Porn has been around since the Romans, so I don't think we're gonna.
And you were drawing porn on the fucking cave wall, so you got it all taken.
But no, what happened as
wait, I need to hear. I just asked real quick. All these jokes about how William, like how long Williams are these like the Sci-Fi Center equivalent of when about him being old and him being young? Is this like becoming like the Sci-Fi Center equivalent like Chuck Norris?
Brad, I'll answer that for you. Jokes are like frogs. When you dissect them, you already know they're dead.
Jesus Christ.
Wow.
Damn.
On that lovely note, though, I do got to dip out. It's like almost like 4 a.m.
Right.
So,
all right. Great having you, RJ.
How late do you stay up, RJ? Good God.
He's on the East Coast. So.
Yeah,
well, William streams at like freaking 2 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah.
That's
what am I supposed to do?
I guess for me, it's not quite that, but yeah, I see your point.
Because we're both on the West End. So
right.
All right.
See RJ.
No, cons are different. Cons started to change with the internet, and cons started to change with movies. I think the worst thing that
you got a visitor in Vegas, by the way, William. I don't mean to interrupt you, but you're talking about cons. This could be like a mini convention for you. You got Anthony in the chat saying he's hanging out in Vegas right now.
Okay, I'll be there tomorrow. Later on today. I want to come by your store tomorrow. My sister lives in Summerlin, Centennial Hills. How far are you? I am quite a ways from there. I'm in the dead center. Part. Yeah, she's in the good part. She's where all the old people are. You're way north. I'm dead center. I'm right next to the strip, but I'm reachable.
Hey, Anthony, buy some comics since you're in the nice part of town. You'll spread the love.
Buy a lot of comics
and get a big plate at Sister Kim's.
No, they're closed on Sundays.
Oh right, service.
They're churchgoers.
Well, buy some pop figures then from William. Clean up his wall.
Yeah, there you go. But no, what happened at cons was the movies. I think movies ruined the convention. When I went last year, it was cool because it was more confidence. I don't mind them doing that there, but what they've done is they've brought in a bunch of people, and you can only fit so many people in that building. And the fire marshals came in and shut it down one year. They basically sent a whole bunch of people home because it was so dangerously occupied, and that's why it's so hard to get tickets. Prior to I think 2007, 2008, it wasn't that hard. You could get a ticket to the comic convention all the way up till the weekend of. Now,
imagine somebody trying to do that now. It's like,
you got all kinds of stupid shit.
I mean, it's if you want to get tickets, I mean, it's like you're hunched over your keyboard like 6 months in advance now,
and early in the morning. And here's the thing, though: the majority of those people are there for getting Hall H and some of the exhibitions.
Yep.
You got 2 other days you can do that on, and now you have YouTube. I don't care about your announcement that you're doing at con.
YouTube's already its own Comic Con. Like coming to your channel is like a Comic Con sometimes.
Really, Hall H has 6,000 people, but they lead to the bloating of Comic Con. And last year it was just so easy it was just better. But that's what happened. But now you have to pay. You have to get wristbands. You have to get all kinds of stuff, and you got a lot of guys who monetize. You got a lot of it's been monetized, and that's just the way of the world. Like just like with slab comics and graded comics. I don't get into that, but a lot of people drive the industry with stuff like that. You see a lot of that there. It was still fun. Comic-Con was still fun. I'm glad I got to go. But now there's other conventions. Like we got one out here, Amazing Comic-Con, that does well. It's growing. It's not that big, but it's big. They had Todd McFarlane out there.
The biggest one I've been to was Tampa Comic-Con about 9 years ago, and that was pretty massive.
To your point, William, the whole slab and grading kind of stuff going on right now. You think that's going to push us into another crash? Another. We already got a bunch of number ones coming out. We got a bunch of number zeros coming out for like the last 5 years. It's been, a lot of new number ones coming out, and
that part I don't think hurts it because you have options as a basic collector. If you can get the regular one, the regular print copy that comes out, if there's a bunch of zeros and a bunch of alternate covers like that that you don't have access to, at least you're not being shut out of the story. What ends up happening is the general person is getting shut out of the story. Are priced out,
split out. Yeah.
I'm not a big fan of grading and slab. I mean, and I'm not saying it's wrong. I'm just not a person of it because my philosophy.
I'm not weighing the merits if it's right or wrong. I'm asking, do you think it's going to push towards?
No, but at least to answer your question, because I do think maybe, and here's why, is because eventually you're going to. It's just another way to price these 80% are out. Because only 80% of the people.
But that's the backbone of the whole.
Exactly.
Right. That's why you make an Ultimate Comics, or you re-release an Ultimate Comics, or you roll the dice on a new 52 because you're trying to get it back to baseline for your audience. Whether you're doing it right or you're wrong, but still.
What comics needs right now, and is needed for the last 10 years, no matter what company it is, it needs volume of units sold over price.
Yeah, all these movies are coming out, but they can't some of these people can't sell 30,000 units in a month or in a period of time.
Like the comic that your Amazing Spider-Man 252. I could get that slab, I get that graded, I could charge a whole bunch of money of it, and I can get somebody to come in, and I might have a market.
That doesn't support the industry at all. It just
not only does it not support the industry, and this is just my opinion. What store to another can have one. I don't think it helps with the circulation. I don't think it helps with the
By the way, Droga had the bounce. So see you later,
right. Later, Droga.
I don't think it helps with the, like, I would rather you come in and be able to get 16 to 20 comics for a certain price than to sell you one inflated one, because it keeps you coming back. Yeah. And like I know there's a market there for that. It just I just as somebody who grew up, I would not have been able to get to where I got if I was only able to buy a certain amount of comics because of the way things are priced now. And if everything gets pushed towards that 20%, then it puts a chokehold, because remember, back when I first started, 50% of what you sold was back issues. But back issues have been the new age kid that's coming in, the millennial, right? They're not going for that. They're not going to buy Amazing Spider-Man 248 to 252. They can't afford it. The
internet creates a marketplace that only drives things up, right? You can make things seem scarce, or things that don't matter seem like they're scarce and rare.
Yeah,
right?
And
go ahead.
What ends up happening is you inflate that, and it takes them out of the paper industry, because they can go to digital, they can go to all these other places, they can go to so many places to get this now. If it used to be you could take a risk and buy some of these things, and guess what? You can come in and trade a quarter of your collection into somebody. I could take that stuff and turn it over because I could price it to move. You can't do that anymore because there's a lot of stuff out there that's just clogging that up. And they're, like I said, there are high point sellers that like, can blow away an average seller.
You would sell a lot. I've been told.
You're just trying to start a fight.
That's what we've all been telling you, William.
Yeah, whatever.
Not me.
Yeah, but anyway, I think it's I can't answer. I can only answer your question where I think it's going to go. But then you got other comic stores that do it a totally different way, and that's the right way too. It's just like I got my personal philosophy from the way I came up. Make it cheap, and if you make it cheap,
it's accessible.
It's accessible, and I can get that person back. If I sell you a $50 book and you use all your resources, you may not be able to come back. If I sell you 10 books,
I know Clint was joking, but that's the ideal. I mean, I'm not saying you need to sell it, but that's the idea with the manga magazines. That it's a one magazine that has 30 different chapters of a manga for that month in it.
I have to have, once again, it's great, but I have to have a market for it.
No, I'm not saying you sell manga. I'm saying America could probably learn from that, or our comic book marketplace could probably learn from something.
I think it would kill our comic book market. I think it would kill our comic market. It would work for the mass sellers. It would work for the Barnes and Noble. Right. But for like guys like me, the frequency that anime is done in, if America.
No, I'm not saying let's not talk anime. I'm saying like if that format was. I mean, it's
that format.
Done
Okay,
you see what I'm saying?
That format would be like a poison pill for me.
Because if Free Comic Book Month came out and you could buy a $10 book, and the $10 book had 10 issues of 30 pages each, Would that not be worth it? Of whatever Marvel had going on at the time, mainline characters.
Your frequency and your volume would make it so that you could do a lot more.
Well, if we use the manga example, if we use the anime example, each one of those 30 pages represents a portion of a volume. Those fans then go seek out those volumes and buy those on their own in sets, not too dissimilar to trade paperbacks. So what I'm saying is, if I have a Marvel sampler, or I have a Marvel reader coming out, and there's 10 issues that cover whatever's going on this month, and then you can get the next month's issue, and that's next. It still is ongoing. It's not everything in Marvel, but it gets you your Spider-Man, your Fantastic Four, whatever main lines you got going, or whatever's popular at the time. That's gonna then get people to come to you directly and say, I want all the back issues of this, or I want to get this set of trade paperbacks, or I want to do that, because that's exactly what happens with the manga magazines.
Here's the difference. Here's a significant difference. It's going to be storyline based on the pop culture that they're into.
But let's look at events and runs. Most events and runs are 6, 12, or 18-month stories, right?
Well, hold on. We can't even get to that. We can't even get to that, because you have to have the regard and desire. So if I get you in, average brand new customer comes into the store, 16, 17 years old, maybe 20 years old. Their main introduction into this IP is not going to be a comic book.
I understand I'll give you that.
It's going to be to everything else. So you have to do it based on the desire of the story that's going to come in. So say, for instance, somebody came in, they watched X-Men 97. Let's just throw that out there, right? Like right now, I'm moving books. I'm moving that era of books to people. Now, once it gets to the point where it's going to get too expensive for them, then I can get them the trade paperback that covers all that stuff. But it's going to go by a desire case by case. See, what you're talking about, I understand what you're saying, but the frequency in comic books, depending on where I get them, doesn't work that way. Anime's culture is designed. That's how you purchase it. That's how it's delivered to you. That's how it purchased. Comic books is a little bit different because how they come into the IP to begin with, because we don't have a lot of the old school collectors before. Like guys like me, we're dropped off. Even though we're still around, but we
not to mention that new people are coming into in all likelihood, if they're coming in as comic readers, coming in the digital way as well, right?
Exactly. So you have to keep the frequency to where their zone of interest is. So when I get somebody comes in and they want something about the black costume, I can get them something. I can pinpoint what I need to get them right there and then. Whereas if we're talking about an ongoing story that's kind of a collection like that, it all depends. There's a better chance that I'm going to be able to get to you as a dealer by getting you the direct story that you need than that other frequency like that. That's why.
So to your point, again, this is anecdotal, fanboy, whatever you want to call it. When I'm growing up and I'm getting introduced to the comic books, it is an ongoing story that I just jumped into, right? And then I have to find out, like Spectacular Spider-Man was big at the time. Planet of the Symbiotes was going on when I was a kid. Things like that was going. Separation Anxiety was going on when I was a kid. Those types of things. So and they were trying new things out, and some things were interesting, and some things weren't interesting. But it made me follow up with the characters and get in them. I didn't go in other than watching.
I wish I had you. I wish I still had you, but we don't have you anymore. We had to have you.
I understand.
I would love to have cloned you today and be able to get you, because you are.
We saw what happened during the Clone Saga, William.
Yeah, there you go. But it's a lot easier.
I am having like the worst PTSD right now. Oh my god!
Sorry,
I worked at a comic.
Sorry.
No. I'm just having some really bad PTSD from when I worked at a comic book store. Oh my god.
Yeah.
I thought you were having PTSD about the Clone Saga in the 90s.
But if you,
I don't mind the Clone Saga at all. I'm one of those people who's ambivalent to it. Like I'm not one of those people who gets up in arms about it. It's fine.
Okay.
It's not a bad story.
30 years for me, 30 years later. But yeah, if you came into me with that criteria, Spidey, I could make a lot of money off you, and I could make you happy. Because over the frequency that I would give you that story with you, we would develop a rapport.
Because it gives you. But I like talking to people about the story that's going on. I appreciate the stories as they are. I'm always glad that I got the movies, but I'm the same person that I'll say this was wrong. And I'm the comic book nerd that compares the movie to the book. Yeah, no, you're not supposed to, but I enjoy doing that. You know what I mean?
Well, and that's cool. But we're a dying. I don't think we're a dying breed, but we're an increasingly disinterested breed, because, like I said, the majority of the people who are going to come into a comic book IP are going to do so, through things that we didn't have at that time. So I got to connect that guy with the story. Like I said, I always tell you about the people that come in and look at Invincible on my shelf and say they made a comic book out of it.
Exactly. That's a great example, by the way.
They don't know, but guess what? They're going to walk out with that Invincible, though.
And then that might get them to related independent comics or Kirkman comics like Walking Dead or anything like that. So
yeah, I got people in the other day. Walking Dead's a comic book. I'm like, yeah. But that's who's coming in. But that's who, especially in my part, that's where my customer is at this point. Now, their fathers that are, mothers that are with them, they are like us, but they didn't hand it down to their kids in that matter. That my dad handed it down to me. So it's a different strategy. That's why when I'm studying anime, it's intriguing the way it's done. I just would not be able to adapt so much of it to where I could rely on it because of the frequency and the type of the way the story is told.
As a shop owner, would you say then the movies are a double-edged sword because they give you all that boost, but sometimes it's like if it's not featured in a movie or there's an ongoing story and the movie takes over and is more popular and they redo everything and it just kind of kills the momentum. But then you get something like Sandman where it piques all these people's interest and it's very close to the book, so then everybody goes in there and buys the shit out of the book again, So
I wouldn't say a double-edged sword. You just got to be creative. Like I said, I got an SC on TV section in the store.
Okay.
I think it's my job. It's my job if I want to stay in business to make that connection between what you know and what it is. So if you know this from a TV show, if you know this, it's not my job to tell you, well, this is not the same thing like this. It's like this. You shouldn't even. No, it's my job to take what you know with the excitement that holds you onto that IP that you know about and connect it to paper. It's if I don't do that, that's 100% on me and any other comic book store owner is to take that person who saw Sandman for the first time and the only time on a Netflix show and walk them over into Season of Mist, walk them over into Dream Country, walk them over into all that and put that in their hands. They're waiting there to be turned into paper customers. So every store owner, that's their responsibility. So I would say no, not double-edged sword. You just got to understand that is a comic book collector waiting to be born. He may have gotten here differently than you did, but he's one of us, or she's one. One of us.
Well, guys, on that note, because I probably need to jump off here in a second because we're going about 4 hours.
Yeah, we probably should. Oh, yeah, we should probably wrap it up. Did you have anything to say, Phil?
I mean, not particularly. I mean, I just everything you're talking about is a little more pertinent to when I worked at the store that I did work at very briefly, but I kind of wish that management thought a little bit like you did because they were just all about best-selling numbers, best-selling books, et cetera, et cetera. They didn't even have like a as seen on TV section. That's actually a really solid idea
that's a fantastic idea.
Comic book store. Yeah, I wish,
especially these days.
Yeah, it's a must. It's a must. I can't.
Yeah.
But like I said, there's bigger stores out there that I got to be creative to stay up above.
But
well,
I was just about to perfect comment to end the night on with what we began on, which Clint's comment. Yeah, try. Well, okay, second most perfect comment, but I know Liam is immortal. I know Liam is immortal because he can eat that ginormous burger and still live. Yes, that's very true and a very good observation. I'm never going to stop.
Still not funny, but yeah, continue.
William's got some Tums put away somewhere. He'll be all right.
I'm actually working on this because I want it not only for our channel, but I want it to be playing in the store so that the customer can look at it too.
There you go.
There ain't enough Tums in the world for that sandwich, man.
If you take the Tums before you eat,
that's the trick is to pre-manage your heartburn.
That burger is the size of like that pretzel you showed the other night.
That pretzel was fucking huge. That's what fucking huge. That's why I took a picture of it and put my fist next to it. All right, guys. Hey, thanks. We have 68 people. Hit the like, subscribe, donate to our cause if you can. The link is in the
still ongoing.
68 at 2 in the morning. You got 68 people at 2 in the morning.
Yeah, across all platforms. Yeah, it's been crazy. So we're at 40.
Yeah, thank Austin for riling everybody up and getting the.
Yeah, now they're just higher drunk, so that's cool. All right, I will be back on the air tomorrow after AEW's Dynasty, so we'll review that and we'll go over any other weekly topics that we may have missed. But I think we've covered, unless something comes out tomorrow, so something happens good or bad tomorrow. I think it's just going to be a pretty tame Sunday night. So on that note, one of the main reasons why we were at 12,175, as you heard from Mai yesterday, articulately explained you can watch on the channel what this money goes to. 988 is one of them, but it's just the easiest thing for me to throw up there. But your donations go to this. They go to research. They go to administrative things. Like I said, listen to her on the channel. She gives you the right answer. But like I said, any disease, there's no disease that I know of in my lifetime that has not got better with donations and fundraising, from cancer to AIDS. We haven't eliminated everything yet, but we've made them better. People are living longer with certain forms of cancer. Age is no longer the death sentence that it was when you got it. And I think when it comes to suicide prevention, it can be the same thing. So, all right, thank you for everybody who was here that had to go, and everybody who is still here. Correa, Spidey, Phil, Clint, and Brad. Axel.
We're getting many more views because of Brad. Brad's
because I bring the try.
You most certainly bring the flu, bro. But everybody else, including Brad, have a try night.
Try you later.
Never mind. Bye.